Hi, I'm Mintmai. Welcome back to the My Bakery. Hello. Excuse me. Hello, it's good to see you. I'm so glad to be here. I've been through so much in like 24 hours. I was like, this is gonna be a great weekend. Cozy, indoor weekend. And then I made like one terrible mistake. And that terrible mistake was called getting myself a little treat yesterday afternoon. Because I decided to go on a little walk. And I was like, okay, I'm going on a little walk. And then after a while, I'm like, oh, it's pretty hot. I'm tired. And then I see that there's a place that's like, oh, you know, there's matcha. And I'm like, well, I like matcha. I will try. I will give this a gander. And it looked really good. There are photos, there's descriptions that weren't very descriptive. It's just those kinds of descriptions that are like, it is delicious and sweet and awesome. And I'm like, okay, great. Matcha usually doesn't really do anything to me. In particular, I don't drink coffee in general. And then like I'll have green tea, I'll have matcha, and it doesn't do anything to me because the caffeine is not that much, and I don't know what it does. But whatever matcha drink thing I got, it was like, I want to know how much caffeine was in there. I really do. I think it's like, I've never had an energy drink before, like not the kind that are advertised as energy drinks. When I was a student and crunching some really crazy deadlines, I had like a yerba mate before, and like never again because it gave me heart palpitations. So either way, no caffeine, thank you very much. But whatever matcha drink I had, which looked like a matcha latte, it was not a matcha latte. And this is because Mintmai has bad reading comprehension, or just didn't know what this very fancy name was. What I got, it looked very delicious, but the name, it was a matcha, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong. It was a matcha Einspanner, which is a Viennese coffee, I believe like originating from Vienna, where it's like you use a very dense, like condensed shot of matcha. I think the original is like coffee, so it's like you use a very dense espresso, and then you top it with like sweet cream, right? But it tastes like a matcha latte, and like the texture is nice, and it was very tasty. And I was like, you know what? I'll treat myself today. Like it's been, you know, it's been a month. It's been, you know, I was looking at the calendar and I was like, wow, it has been another month, and I've been, you know, doing a lot of things behind the scenes. And I was like, you know, Mintmai, you've been taking care of yourself. Let us try this yummy looking matcha thing. So whatever matcha they put in there is like, I feel like it's like the equivalent to like 20 matchas or something. And this is not to scare anyone away from matcha espaniers, but it's just like, if you're like me and you just never touch caffeine or coffee, just know that this will do something to you that matcha, like regular matcha latte, does not even compare caffeine wise. So yesterday it was like 1 a.m. and I'm like, okay, I should probably start feeling sleepy around now. And it was like, bing. And then I'm like, oh, I try sleeping, watching some videos and things like that. I look at the clock and it's 2 and I'm like, bing. My brain is on. And once it gets that late, you know, it's bad because you start thinking too much. You're just kind of like, oh man, I can't fall asleep, but then like what to think about. And so of course you just start thinking about like random things that you have to do, and like that keeps you up too. I'm just thinking about the simplest of things, and I'm like, oh, I'm excited for this and for that, but also I'm like kind of sleepy, but I can't fall asleep. So it's actually the agony of being over caffeinated. And then I think I finally fell asleep, and then it was 5 a.m. and it was like bing. So I think I slept like a total of, like, I don't even know if it was like properly 3 hours. I don't wear a Fitbit or anything like that when I sleep, because I don't like the feeling on my wrists. So I literally remember like last time I checked the clock was 2, and then I was like trying to fall asleep, and then the next, like, I woke up and it was 5 a.m. My matcha. So this morning's Mintmai morning was actually really misleading because I didn't even want to open Twitter because I was like trying to fall back asleep. But then when I finally, you know, properly sat up and like washed up and fed my cats and everything, I posted Good Mintmai morning with like the emoji, like the matcha tea emoji and the calm emoji, and I want everyone here to know that that was a lie. That was a very, very, very bold lie. I tweeted that out of spite. Because I was so like, a matcha did me dirty yesterday. The matcha robbed me of my sleep. I sleep 7 to 9 hours a night. You have no idea what 3 hours could do to me. I sleep so much, I think, compared to people like in my life and friends. But first of all, everyone needs a different amount of sleep. Second of all, I am of the belief that most people are chronically sleep deprived and just don't know it. But I almost never have a night like this, so if my voice sounds a little bit different, if my brain feels like it's working a little bit different, there it is. But it's okay. In the morning, I had like warm decaf tea, and I also ate a bagel, and it was like 9 a.m. So I was like, okay, we're feeling all right. Oh, 9 hours of sleep, I yearn for you. I don't even think I mean to sleep for 9 hours. I think it's like I'm getting 7 hours of proper sleep, and then I get really serious sleep apnea, where like you're kind of awake, but you're not awake. So, is that like the right name for it? It's sort of like oh, you just saw me search up sleep apnea. It's okay. I forgot it was in the same tab. I have nothing to hide on my browser. What do I have here? I have like my bookmarks and stuff. It's just like my calendar, my to-do list. Sleep apnea. Oh man. Anyhow. Oh no, it's not sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is like people that snore. What is it called again? It's like when you're awake, but you can't. No, I'm trying to look it up and it says it's sleep paralysis, but it's not sleep paralysis. No, it's not insomnia either. I think I had something similar to insomnia many, many years ago, but it's more so like, you wake up once and then you like immediately fall back asleep in bed. That happens to me. Cue the song. There's a song? It's like when you, there was a name for it. I swear there was a name for it, and I will blame my inability to remember it upon her. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called. It's like, I don't snore when I sleep. You don't know the song Insomnia? Oh, I think I do. I can't sing it off the top of my head, but now that you say it's the title of a song, it's familiar. Me when I search matcha to make sure I spell it correctly in chat. It's okay even if you spell it wrong. I think I will recognize what you're referring to. Yeah. But really, I'm just like, sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'm like, great, I'm gonna get my day started, and then it's like getting up feels physically impossible. While I know it's not literally physically impossible, it's like oftentimes, to be very realistic, it's like it's like unless I really, really need to pee really badly, I won't get up and I will actually fall back asleep. And the worst part is that second sleep that I have in the morning, when I fall back asleep, that's when I have like super, super, super weird dreams. Yep. I honestly can't. I should probably start keeping a dream journal, because I mean, I wish I don't have dreams anymore, or I would like to have less of them. because the only time I have dreams I remember, it's like something particularly stands out and they're like weird. They're either funny or weird or like, I feel like very, very, very rarely I will get like scary-ish ones, but not often. Oh, I had one of those second dreams today. It was about VCraft. Dang. Mintmai found passed out in the in the hallway, just like 9 months ago. 9 months ago. I was really living in Minecraft. Millions cried. It was a wonderful event. I was just thinking about it the other day too. I think I have had like VCraft dreams. But it's hard to explain. It's like, it's hard to articulate exactly like how they feel. Because in VCraft dreams, it's like, it's weird because sometimes I'm just me and I'm like running into the characters and they're like fully still like Minecraft. Like their arms and their legs and like their faces are like still like Minecraft blocky, but like I'm like me. I'm just like this. And so it feels like there's like a little bit of a difference in terms of graphics. But then it's like, it's still like perfectly normal interactions. Again, it's been, I actually think I probably dream about it less than I might even want to. Because unfortunately it's like I never dream about the character I made, you know? Maybe the Minecraft movie should have been that way. You'd think Steve should have been like perfectly human, but everyone else should have been like CG'd, animated, like perfectly square. I think the Minecraft movie should have been like, and again, you know, this is just my personal idea, you know? I'm not the director whatsoever, but my personal idea for the Minecraft movie was I wish it was like voice acted and just fully 3D animation, like how I see Minecraft fan animations look. People make incredible Minecraft like 3D animation with the lighting and shaders and all of that, and it looks like Minecraft still. I think when there's first like a Minecraft movie announced, that is what I had in my mind. But I'm not even someone that's been playing Minecraft for like 10 years. I've been playing Minecraft for like very on and off for like 3. So I don't even have the emotional attachment to like the feel of, I mean, I do, but I can only imagine how long-time Minecraft fans feel about like how they did the square animals, but then like with realistic textures. You'll see the craziest biblical art and find out it was for Minecraft RP. I really like the meme of like the fan art versus the original like media that it's fan art of. There'll be like some incredible like Sistine Chapel looking artwork and it's like the original media is like a Roblox game. I just think it's very silly, and I also think that it just really goes to show a good story can truly be told through any medium, right? I think I know what fan art you're thinking of though. I saw one the other day that I was thinking about. I'm glad that many people continue to love characters and stories even from a long while ago. But yeah, speaking of stories and such, not super directly related, but today we are in fact doing art. I'm not just here to talk about my caffeine mistake and sleep deprivation. You know, happy to be here, but I'm also very excited to do some art today, and I also plan to, like, it's going to be in Clip Studio Paint again because we're trying new things. I was also very happy with the Clip Studio Paint art I drew last time because I think I was very happy that, I guess I was really happy to have like art that I felt sort of not super invested in. Like I felt like it was just kind of really fun to draw. So we're gonna try and channel that energy again. It's really wonderful to see that someone's imagination was able to interpret such complexity from such a simple starting stimuli, right? I mean, the simplest of stories is literally just told by mouth or acted around the campfire so many years ago. And then we got words on paper, and it was like, the fact that words on paper can build whole worlds is awesome. The fact that you can have a book and then the fan art, like people already have their own headcanons for how characters look and feel. And that's why sometimes it's a little awkward when like a really popular series or book then gets adapted to animation or live action and people are like, the main character looks nothing like what I thought they would look like, but also okay. Same thing goes with, it's so tough to like match everyone because it's beautiful that it's such an individual interpretation, but a lot of times voice acting cast, right? It's often in accordance with what a director thinks works really well or what the original author thinks works very well. But oftentimes you'll still see a few people that are like, they don't sound how they sounded in my head. But that's just goes to show like how awesome your brain is to like come up with that on its own, you know? The adaptation is wonderful. I think adaptations of things can be very wonderful because they introduce more people to an amazing story. I mean, recent example being Witch Hat Atelier, right? And also the addition of like color and movement and lighting and like music, it adds a lot. Like sound design, voice acting, it adds so much. But then on the flip side, like the original has its own charm where, for example, in the case of Witch Hat Atelier, it's like the paneling adds so much, the pacing of the page turns adds a lot just because it's a different medium. So I appreciate all of them. The only thing I'm ever truly against adapting is turning anything animated into live action. That is, and when I say I'm against it, it's just kind of like I won't be super excited and openly supportive of it. That's the only type of media adaptation where I'm like, I don't think this adds anything, unfortunately. And it's with all due respect to like the people that work on it is the thing. It's like I can respect that you love the story enough to like want to make it again. And the fact that you can cast actors and like, you know, you can give actors so many cool opportunities, but it kind of sucks that there are not so many like it feels like there are not as many sort of very original works that are coming out that are casting like new talent and not the same pool of very famous actors. So I think it's, you know, it's hard. And it's odd because it's like the animated media was already perfect. I do think that this is kind of a, well, I think regardless of wherever in the world, like animated and like two-dimensional in air quotes, media has been adapted into like 3D or live action. But I feel like it's because there's always going to be, and I feel like I have a hard time wrapping my mind around it, but I can also, you know, I can understand that people just are different, right? And you have to respect that people happen to be different, but I think part of me feels always a little bit like, oh, just a little bit sad that there will always be people out there that are more interested in watching a live action story than an animated one. And I'm like, how? But I'm also, you know, I'm an artist and I'm an animator and I have my own bias. So there is that. But I feel like there are some people that just love to, I guess they feel more engaged with seeing like a camera on like a live action, you know, person who's like, you know, bringing the most that they can to the character. But again, my opinion is that it is never necessary. In fact, most of the time you do lose something, exactly. Usually the first thing to go is like the color grading, just like out the window. This is just me on my mini rant though. I'm just like, literally, why is the first thing to go out the window is like color grading? It's like we have La La Land, like we can do it. We can make beautiful live action movies. We have La La Land. Cries a little bit because La La Land is like so good with the colors and I'm like, where is the color design? It doesn't all have to be beige and gray and like soft diffused lighting. Like we can have contrast. You know what I think it is though? Can I say something? I don't know. I don't think it is controversial, but this is my very, to me, it is important to my heart kind of spicy take. It's the Instagramification of film. It's the Instagramification of film. And the reason I call it the Instagramification is because Instagram is kind of notorious for popularizing. Obviously, it's not just Instagram, but I think Instagram is like one of the social medias that was so like selfie centric. Let us have photos where we look really airbrushed all of a sudden because I guess we don't have pores that we can sweat out of anymore. But it's just kind of like, you know, the very sort of watered down, and like I feel like the colors and the contrast is becoming really low because they're trying to make the actors like always look flattering. And this is not every movie, right? Like I'm only talking about you know, if the movie falls into this category, it falls into this category. But I kind of personally find that a lot of more very modern cinematography that's live action, it feels like the shots and the composition and everything, it's like, yeah, you can make the environment look really good. And like the diffused and sort of grayish lighting like makes every individual actor's face look kind of like soft and smooth, I suppose. But like, where's the story? Where's my dramatic theater lighting? It doesn't even need to be dramatic theater lighting. It's just like, I want things to feel like super, like I want it to feel like someone thought super hard about how the color contributes to the story. Like it's so important. Color is so important. There's like a whole job. There's a whole job dedicated to making sure that colors look awesome, like in media. And I think it does exist for live action film too, but I will say like it just so happens to be that the trend right now is that sort of diffused, very even, low contrast filter, and I'm like, oh man. I feel like they're always going for a realistic look instead of visual storytelling with lighting and color. That's the other thing. I think that that's absolutely true, and not only that, it's kind of like, but like our eyes, like our brains, when they process color and things, it's like we see real life more vibrantly than a photo can see real life vibrantly. Dune is a recent example of a live action film that was very creative with color. I actually think, I have not watched all of Dune. I think that Dune put in, like, from everything I have seen, it was very obviously very cool how sometimes they like have the black and white, right? Or they do like sort of, I think a lot of Dune is sort of that like beigey, sort of soft, low contrast. However, it is like a film that widely happens on a very sandy, very open environment. At least a lot of the key scenes that I think are very like diffused and stuff, it's like there is so much sand in the air. That is exactly what it would look like. And it kind of like sets the mood. But like I'm thinking like Blade Runner, I'm thinking like La La Land. And I realized that I think I just named like two Ryan Reynolds. No, I named a Ryan Reynolds movie and then a Ryan Gosling movie. I'm really bad at remembering Hollywood actors' names. Oh no, wait. Blade Runner is Ryan Gosling. Oh gosh. I'm sorry. Oh man. Anyways, of any Hollywood Ryan, I think I like Ryan Gosling. He's the one that's in La La Land. Yes. And he's in Project Hail Mary, right? Which I still need to watch. I think he's a good actor. And seems like a chill guy. Not that I know him, but I'm very bad with actors and like celebrity names. There's like I remember there's like so many Chris's, and there's like so many just like Project Hail Mary is so good, actually. I was charmed by, you know, the things I've heard about it. Apparently, it's just very beautifully done. And so I want to watch it. I want to support. I also still have to watch the Sheep Detectives. Those are the 2 movies that came out recently that I think I really, really want to watch. And also Hoppers, the Pixar movie, Hoppers. It looks super cute. Also because Hoppers is Daniel Chong, and if you know about We Bare Bears, same director, same creator. So I was curious and particularly interested in taking a look at Hoppers as well. Anyhow, that's enough of our fun little movie rant. I love movies. I feel like I don't watch as many as you might think I have for how much I watch movies, but I have seen a lot. I've seen a lot of good movies, a lot of really not good movies. However, there's still something to learn there. I just love stories. I love stories so much. Speaking of stories, I went to one of those used book thrift stores recently, and I picked up some manga. So smiles and thumbs up. Good stuff. I haven't watched a movie in a while either. I think watching a movie feels like treating yourself to something, because honestly, there are days where I will watch 2 hours worth of YouTube, right? But then I will not have a cool story to take away with me afterwards. Sometimes I think about how that Minecraft parkour video, which is surprisingly, okay, maybe not surprisingly, it just is very engaging. The jump for the beef Minecraft parkour that went, I think it had its viral moment. What was it called? Oh yes, Minecraft But I Survived Parkour Civilization. It's 2 hours long. It's like longer than some movies. I watched the whole thing in one sitting, or I guess I should say laying, because I was laying down because I was sick. And it was the most amazing 2 hours I could have spent while I was sick. Like, the entire time, I was very conscious that this might be like, I don't know. Somehow I was able to just watch like 2 hours of that, even though it's similar to, I guess, like watching 2 hours of TikTok, I suppose. But it was engaging. It was. And I was also just so very sick, and it was a lot of fun. Thank you, Kazu, for the hot dog. I appreciate it very much. I don't watch movies as much as I did when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I'm trying to think. The first movie I watched in theaters, in my memory, was because I went with my cousin and like my aunt and my uncle and my sister, and we watched like Arthur's Christmas or something like that. It was very late. Like I was, oh my gosh, wow. Arthur's Christmas got a 93 on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, so it was a funky Christmas movie where there's like some kid that winds up in the North Pole and his name is Arthur. And there's also like himbo Santa and also like regular Santa. What manga did you get? I picked up some old copies of Kitchen Princess. Yippee! It begins. I have been wanting to slowly get physical, like the physical editions of that manga for some time, because I hadn't realized that they don't print them anymore. I somehow should have known that such an older manga like would not be reprinted much. Apparently they did reprint them into like 4 omnibus volumes. Ooh, I'm full of hot takes today. It must be the sleep deprivation. I actually drew myself as like the volume 10 cover of Kitchen Princess. I did like a sort of a parody it's not directly a redraw because I drew it all from scratch and such, but like the pose and everything is based off of Kitchen Princess. Yeah, so you can see this is my artwork from many months back. But yeah, Kitchen Princess was the first shoujo manga I ever read, and I loved it. I loved it so much. But I've been wanting to have the physical volumes to collect for a long time. It's kind of the shoujo of all time. In my humble opinion, Kitchen Princess like has it all. I think when I want to introduce someone to shoujo genre, I think I should just recommend them Kitchen Princess because I love Sailor Moon, which is arguably like a very famous shoujo, and there's also Fruits Basket, which is a very, very famous shoujo as well. But I think Kitchen Princess is kind of like, it's like the most shoujo that has ever shoujoed, and I can't tell you why unless I like spoil everything. The plot from like the origin story of like in her childhood, there was like someone that gave her pudding and changed her life, and then the, you know, the story of just like her getting into like fancy cooking academy, but she's like trying to like remember someone from her past, but she doesn't know like what their face looks like. It's like the most shoujo that has ever. It has it all. It has it all. Oh my gosh. Beautiful. Thank you for liking my artwork, by the way. I appreciate it very much. We will be drawing some more today. But yeah, I remember, oh yeah, here's the tweet that went with that artwork. I just had it pulled up so I could like show the picture really quick. But if you want to look at the artwork longer, it is on Twitter. It really surprised me actually how many people were like telling me after I shared that artwork, like, oh my goodness, I remember Kitchen Princess. It was such a happy moment like in my life. I was like, oh my gosh, Kitchen Princess. I think besides Kitchen Princess, the other very, very shoujo manga I can think of, at least from, you know, my childhood, it was important to me. It's Mermaid Melody, Pitchy Pitchy Pitch. However, I do think that Mermaid Melody, Pitchy Pitchy Pitch also has its own flaws. Mostly because I just like the first season of the anime. Like the story that is covered in the first season of the anime, I love. And then Mermaid Melody, Pitchy Pitchy Pitch Pearl, which is kind of the name of the second season. There are things in there that are so very shoujo, but also like greatly upset me when I was younger. I was like, how could this happen? How could this be? I was like so upset. Not because I didn't like, you know, the series still, but because I was so upset about like there's I'll keep it spoiler free, but there's kind of a classic old school romances, and like old school K-drama even had this where it's like the amnesia arc. It upset me so much. Do not speak to me about amnesia arcs in my romance media. Like I don't know. It's not that I always dislike them. It's just so often they're done in a way where I feel like it just like undoes all of the character development. And then I feel miffed. I'm like, hey, what were all those other hours for? I just get really salty about it. So funny. I like that I feel so personally about it, I suppose. My ship. Kaito and Lucia had so much chemistry, even Kid Me was like, whoa. Okay. Kid Me really liked Karen from... Was it Karen? Or was it Canon? Hold on. I think it was Canon. Karen. I gotta check. Mermaid Melody. Purple was my favorite color when I was like the age that I was at when I loved Mermaid Melody. I was really into purple. And so it was Karen. Karen was my favorite. Mermaid Melody mentioned, yes! See, my fellow mermaid melody lover. Absolutely, you got me. But yeah, Karen was my favorite because I liked that in her casual clothes. I mean, I just think she looks really awesome in her casual outfit. Like the jeans and the tube top is like generational influence on me. Wait. Okay, we've already had a lot of Zatsu time, but I don't mind doing a bit more because today is actually my last stream before I go on a 1-week trip. So I wanted to make sure that we had a bunch of fun today and that we don't really, we don't have to worry too much about anything. Yippee! Look at her. Oh my gosh, the eye mole too. I was onto something. I think my type was already solidified back then, huh? No, I'm kidding. I really did love her though. I thought she was so pretty. Cause I like that she was so cool, but then she has like the gap moe of also being like super pretty idol. So awesome. I like her. She's like mean. I don't think I remember it super clearly, but I feel like I remember when she first meets some of the other characters. She's like kind of mean to them. Or she's like is she tsundere? I think it's hard to remember exactly. It's been so long. But I love her. Oh my gosh. Her birthday is Valentine's Day. That fits her so well. But yeah, I just love that they were mermaids that became idols. Like I loved idols my like whole life. 2D, 3D, etc. Oh yeah, so there's like a misunderstanding, and so Karen was convinced and like held a grudge over another girl because of the misunderstanding. Like she thought that there is a betrayal and stuff, but it gets resolved eventually. But she kind of is like, you know, opens up over time. Like tease mean or mean? Oh, mean because she, I guess the backstory is like she was under the impression due to a misunderstanding that like this other mermaid basically like betrayed her sister like really badly, so she held a grudge. I checked the wiki. I was brushing up. Good afternoon. I've been having a good day so far, besides the fact that I slept for 3 hours purely on accident because I got a matcha with too much caffeine in it. Smiles. And now we're talking about Mermaid Melody because I feel like it. Something I also particularly love about Mermaid Melody is I like that their hair color changes when they become mermaids, because I feel like so many times there's like, oh my gosh, cool magical girl transformation anime, but like they look the exact same when they're in mermaid form versus when they're, or they look the exact same when they're in magical form versus when they're not. And then you just kind of have to assume it's like a Clark Kent situation where it's like, well, I guess no one recognizes them. but low-key, like Mermaid Melody did such an incredible job of like, does that look like the same person? Maybe if you look really hard at the face, but their eye color and their hair color actually can change because it's like their human form is legitimately a disguise. And their mermaid form is like their real quote-unquote form, but like I vibe with this. I personally just really vibe with the attention to detail. But also like look at her really cute like bodycon dress. Like I don't know. She was my favorite. She was my favorite also because she was purple and I just really liked her hair. Yeah, their hair gets a lot longer, so it's like that's literally a different person. But yeah, the real magical girl stuff is like a lot of time they just look identical. But I understand it's for the recognizableness of each character. But Mermaid Melody manages to make every character still super recognizable. like their mermaid form versus their human form. It's like their face looks the same, and even though the art style makes all of their faces really cute, it's like their bangs are the same, and then the hair color tends to just be like a more dark and more like slightly more natural color. Things like that, I loved the attention to detail. Even though their human outfits aren't necessarily the same color as their like mermaid outfits. I guess they each get a necklace too though, like with their color. Like for Karen, her hair is so dark purple that it's almost like black hair that's dyed slightly purple. But she's like, she wears like a yellow tube top and jeans. Anyways, I like her. Funny enough, I feel like I kind of dress like her sometimes. Unintentionally. I should start doing it more intentionally. Mermaid Melody had a new merch recently. What are the chances of a new anime project? I kind of really want an OVA. Like, I would just love something Mermaid Melody new. Although the old Mermaid Melody is wonderful, like, it would be so fun to see, you know, Sailor Moon, they get a series like Sailor Moon gets a lot of, for instance, like a movie here and there, or even like the whole series reanimated, even though I like the original Sailor Moon art style the most. I love when there can just be like a, not a remake, but you can see the same characters again, just in like a different form. I don't know. Mermaid Melody is still very popular though. They always do stuff for anniversary. Same thing with Doremi, which is another magical girl / witch anime that I really loved. Although Mermaid Melody was like my first sort of magical girl anime in my personal memory. Or it might have been Doremi first. I don't remember which one I watched when I was younger. But Doremi is like really sweet and awesome. Yeah, I love sequels or extras. Exactly. More so than reanimating a whole series, because I feel like the original always feels most classic. I like additional like OVAs or side stories and things like that. Yeah. Mermaid Melody is so good. I feel like it was a lot of our first anime. But Doremi, if you've never seen Doremi, it's Ojamaho Doremi. So good. I've talked about this a very long time ago, so I think it's bound for a refresh. I think it's such a coincidence, because this was not intentional at all. I had not meant for this to be the case. I think I forget, unfortunately, about a lot of different series that I've seen throughout my childhood. And then I only remember them once I see them, or like once I run into them in the wild or see something about them. It like unlocks that part of my brain and I'm like, oh my goodness, I remember loving this. But it's not on the top of my head. So, I have 2 favorite Doremi characters and I had figurines of them. Can you guess which 2? Scratches my head. I'm also gonna take a sip of water. Sailor Moon was your first anime? That's a good first anime too. Purple. Actually, no. I watched Doremi before purple was my favorite color. Wait, that actually makes me think... Okay, so it was definitely Doremi when I was much younger, and then it was Mermaid Melody after. But I watched Slam Dunk when I was like 4 years old, so that's still the first anime I ever watched. I very distinctly know for a fact that I was like 4 when my uncle lent us his copy of Slam Dunk the anime. Something like that. 君が好きだって叫びたい。Da na 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 na. Your first anime was Toradora. Whoa. That's in my head. Toradora is recent, even though I know it's not. 2008. Oh, only almost 20 years ago, huh? Oh no! In my head, Toradora is so recent because when I see people talking about Toradora, like I just remember, I feel like middle school, I knew people that liked Toradora. I just know Toradora as the series with the tsundere of all time, but I watched some of it. I watched some of it, but I couldn't. I couldn't do it. I think maybe I could give it a chance now. The tsundere-ness was too over the top for me when I was younger. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it was. Oh, I definitely watched Pokemon too. I feel like so many of these things overlap, so it's not like I have a perfect timeline of them either. But spoiler alert for my Doremi favorite characters. My favorite characters are the orange one and the yellow one. And my current aesthetic and look is not at all intentional to my favorite Doremi characters. So first of all, I love the orange one because first of all, she's like so sweet. Like I love her personality. I remember loving her personality and like the fact that she like wears glasses. She's like adorable. But my actual favorite character, like on the whole show, was her. Look at her hairstyle. I did not. This was not intentional at all. Definitely not a narcissist. Oh no! Oh my goodness. I just think it's really, really funny that it's like unintentional. The blonde one, she's like the American on the show, but she's really sweet. She's really sweet and awesome. And the reason my hairstyle, I like putting my hairstyle up like this is actually because initially I just thought this hairstyle was really cute because of Nurse Joy. And then I also thought that it had like a pretzel sort of feeling, which is one, you know, a pastry that I really like. I like pretzels. It's a positive childhood mall memory for me, mall pretzels. So that's why my hairstyle wound up how it is. But then when I remembered Doremi, I was like, no way. Like these are my favorite characters. It's the orange and the yellow one. I didn't realize how much my current tastes in like colors and things relate to my childhood in just the strangest way. It just kind of all cycles back. Like in Mario, when I was little, me and my sister would play like Mario games sometimes, right? Or when I was younger, and we had I remember at some point in time we had like Mario Kart Double Dash, but because my sister is older than me, she gets first pick, and so she would always choose Princess Peach, and so I didn't really have a choice. So even though I really liked pink like more than oranges as a color, like I like purple and pink more, but even though I really like pink as a color, I was never able to choose Peach because she's player one, she gets to choose because she's older. So I was always Daisy. And then it's gotten to the point where like even now, as you know, so many years have passed, we've been grown adults, I still like, even if it's just me like playing some kind of Mario game like Mario Party, Mario Kart, etc., I still pick Daisy, or I feel inclined to pick Daisy, and I never pick Peach because it feels wrong, because like that's just my older sister. Actually, same with Rosalina. Just because I remember when Rosalina was out on like Mario Kart on the Wii, I think my sister also had like a big Rosalina phase, but even then I didn't feel like choosing Peach. It's kind of interesting how deeply I am connected with orange and yellow and warm color palettes by complete accident. I can't believe, like, I genuinely surprised myself with it. I was especially surprised with Doremi because I genuinely did not remember them being my favorite characters. But like the moment I look at the Doremi graphics and I remember the anime, I was like, oh my goodness, the yellow one was always my favorite. In fact, I had a... Oh, it must be so crusty now. I had a figurine of the yellow Doremi, which... Oh, Momoko. Yes, that's right. That's her name. Momoko. I also thought her name was cute. But I love Momoko so much. I had this tiny figurine of her, and her hair looked like snot green in the figurine because the paint like faded over time and stuff. Because I would play with it. It was just this little plastic keychain. Oh man, they have like, oh what? They have like cute little figures of them even now. So cute. But yeah, Doremi, I had this exact one. She looked green because, once again, the materials back then were different. Let's see. Okay, this is the last thing I will show you from my personal nostalgia era, and then we will get drawing. Look! Look at that! I had this exact figurine. This specific, like, little plastic figurine with like the shiny green hair loops. And I truly wonder if she could still be somewhere, like in my home, you know? If we still have her somewhere, because my mom absolutely loved her. She hoarded like everything from our childhood, like our toys and things. We did get rid of a lot of them, and I feel like my mom at some point in time when I was still little, she did like sell a couple things on eBay or like gift stuff to my cousins. Sadly, we don't have my old Pokemon cards. But I would be fascinated to know if I still have this somewhere. Wow. Okay. Thank you for sitting with me through like 2000s media commentary. Good stuff. Alrighty. Oh, I love shoujo. I love shoujo. I love Maho shoujo. If you haven't watched Mermaid Melody yet, you should watch it sometime. I feel like it's so old that it's like on YouTube with like really low resolution upload and subtitles. Maybe it exists somewhere higher resolution. But I think it's so old that it just kind of exists floating around places. They should officially like distribute it somewhere though. I want to see it somewhere again. Favorite topic ever? I'm glad you had fun! We will do some drawing now, but we can always keep chit-chatting about these things. Alright, let's go over here. You found Doremi on Internet Archive? Oh man, I'm pretty sure that like my mom has Doremi on like DVD or something. We believe in physical media in my household. That's actually something I'm particularly grateful for. Like, I love physical media. I love when stuff is tangible and I can feel it and I can see it and I'm like, awesome. This is great. Where's my BGM coming from? I lost my tab. Okay. I got it. Alrighty. This is a nice BGM for today. Thank you, Stream Cafe, as per usual. Let's go ahead and draw something cute. I wanted to draw something somewhat travel themed today, since I will be taking a small trip just next week. Yon Doremi and Hamtaro. Hamtaro! Hamtaro, da-na-na, da-na-na-na, Hamtaro. Daisuki, da-na-na-na-na-na-na. I like Hamtaro. I'm thinking, I feel like I don't remember how much of Hamtaro I've watched. I've definitely seen some of it here and there, but it doesn't stick in my brain as much as like some other series that I remember watching, like the ones I've talked about. Okay. We are just gonna go in and practice Clip Studio Paint again. Maybe we can go in with the sketch today. You seeing the vision? I should probably make the brush size a bit larger. Lower the opacity. Oh my goodness, I really have to get used to this new drawing tablet. It's like, I feel like a baby deer still, learning how to walk for the first time. And you know, they say art is not always about the tools, right? But what matters is getting used to them. What matters is being able to use the tools that you have effectively as opposed to what tools they are. I'm used to drawing on paper. I'm used to drawing on screen tablets because I haven't drawn on a screenless one in so long. But now it feels like I am so out of practice. It makes it hard for me to draw something the way like I want it to look. It probably doesn't help that I'm like... Oof. Probably doesn't help that I'm like so zoomed out and I'm not used to like... I'm not used to my monitor being so far from my face. Like this is so much better for my eyeballs, which is why I got a... This is why I got a new tablet and I like have been considering just like swapping it out like permanently. And again, I still have to practice this, but screen tablets, I tend to like... I tend to put my face so close to the screen, it was really straining my eyes, but it's because I care so much about the details. But it's like, maybe I can just zoom in, you know? Imagine the concept of zooming in, right? Right now I'm crash course learning how to use gouache. Wait, gouache? I haven't heard that in so long. Oh my gosh. While I was cleaning, listen, I'm a hoarder, I don't waste things. But I had like all of my old, like when I was learning gouache for a little bit, I had all of my old gouache and it was like all dried out, like the tubes. But it's okay, because it wasn't anything expensive. I got a big set of gouache for like, I don't remember how much it was, but it was not, I remember it was like the cheap stuff. Because I was just learning. I'm painting a family tree right now and my grandma won't accept digital art. Your grandma is kind of like, she kind of gets it, you know? You have to suffer as the artist, but what I'm saying is like when it comes to something like a family tree, I do kind of understand the sentimentality or like the feeling of wanting it to like be tactile, like texture and stuff. And also, you know, digital art probably wasn't really around your grandma's time unless she's like very young, which is also chill. But it's very likely that digital art wasn't popularized. So it's different. True, but I've also spent over 40 hours on this thing. I'm so sick of it. Oh my goodness. It's hard, right? It's hard as soon as like all the tools you're used to are like taken away. Okay, I'm happy with that face, which means we can move into the rest of the sketch. I don't know why. My artist habit is like, I just have to draw a cute face and then I feel like I can power through the rest of it. Anyone else think like that? I just have to draw like the facial expression just has to feel kind of okay. And then I'm able to like sort of work the rest of it out. But oh my gosh, I'm not used to this drawing tablet at all. Oh, I'm gonna draw piercings on, because I have piercings, but actually another fun in air quotes Mintmai story from the weekend. Because yesterday I just, you know, I went on a little walk, but I went to get myself a little treat. And so like I went to like a mall. And so I thought to myself, oh my goodness, it's probably been months since I last put my earrings in. I should remember to put in my earrings. And since I'm just going out for a bit, I was like, yeah, let's just let's just feel cute for the sake of it. So for literally like the longest time, I haven't had earrings in. And I put them in yesterday. Because I was like, okay, I don't want the piercings to close up. Even though I've had these piercings for like so many years now. I didn't have piercings since I was like a kid. Because my parents didn't let me get it when I was like younger. Which makes perfect sense to me. But I still worry that if I don't wear the piercings for like a really, really long time, like months and months, that the holes will close up. My ears aren't particularly sensitive, but I did realize, because I hadn't had earrings in for so long, my ears were mildly upset that I put earrings in after so long. So it's like, hey, we thought you quit earrings. Why are they back? And so I'm wearing earrings. I'm wearing earrings right now. I'm kind of letting them sort of like re-heal over. But it's not painful or anything. It's not like infected or anything like that. Thankfully. But it is one of those things where like earring havers will know what I mean. It's like if you don't put in earrings for a really long time, sometimes when you put in earrings again, it feels kind of sore. Because low-key, maybe the piercing was starting to heal a little bit already. And then you sort of just went like, nope, just kidding. Hi! We're drawing. We're gonna draw something cute before travel. I'm hoping, actually, I was hoping this artwork. I like to draw for fun without like a specific purpose in mind always. But for this artwork, I think it'd be cute if I like put it up as like just like the waiting room. More so the little Mintmai is out of office right now sign. A lot of times I just make a cute little graphic with like artwork that I've commissioned already or drawn in the past. But this time I felt like, hey, why not let's draw something new. Could be fun. Could be good practice for myself. I sort of want to draw myself in like a little straw boater. A boater hat? Is that what that's called? Why is it called that? Is it because when you're on a boat, they wear this hat? Oh, that almost looks like a bucket hat. I do like bucket hats. I had a short bucket hat phase. Very, very, very short-lived bucket hat phase. It was cute for a while, but then like, I think I just have a lot of hair. Even though my hair is straight, it's like there's so much of it that the hat would wind up feeling like it looked kind of puffy. So then I stopped. I don't know what a hat looks like. I just want it to be like a small cute hat. Also, what if we customize the earrings sort of cute? I kind of like earrings with like the hoop that have the little dangly part on them. I think they look so cute. I never figured out how to draw a hat. Huh? When you used to draw Luffy One Piece, you would draw his hat on his back? Hey, if it works, it works. Wow, I looked up references for a boater hat, and all these models look so like dapper because of the hat. Or maybe not because of the hat. Oh, this is a lot more square than I thought it is. But I do think like a boater hat can give off a nice summer vibe, and then you can have like a... I feel like you can often have a really cute bow with it, which is great. But man, I'm starting to think that One Piece fan artists should take some notes from you. I'm trying to think if I ever had like a character I really liked to draw, but with a feature that I really didn't like to draw, so I would just like hide it. I am genuinely trying to think of a character that was like that. Okay, this has wound up not being a boater hat, but I do think it looks cute, so we're gonna continue with it. But I'm gonna round it a little more. Now it almost feels like a bonnet. I don't think that's how I meant for it to feel. It's kind of too Bo Peep right now. But I do like that it like folds over. Because I just drew an illustration of myself in a big hat, so I wanted like a small hat. You know? Just wanted to balance my hats. That's not too much to ask for, surely. Squinting my eyes. No. We're going back. Somehow I like this more. Somehow this iteration felt better. Okay. I'm gonna make a new layer because I kind of liked how I drew this face sketch layer. Ooh, I have the outfit idea in mind. I don't know if you'll see it, but I was like, what if I'm carrying like a suitcase, right? This is what I have in mind for the outfit. I wonder if... Yeah, I don't know if I can get the suitcase to show. I sort of wanted the suitcase to sort of show. I do this, I have to adjust the shoulders a little. The perspective is off. Oops, accidentally just moved the whole layer down. Oh, you know what? I have an idea that might work better for what I want to use this for. Hold on, I'll keep this here, and then let's just... I can duplicate a layer pretty easily. Taking you with me. That's the concept of this pose. This next one. Actually, maybe I would benefit from... Maybe it would benefit from me just sketching directly on top of the same layer instead of making another one. Because I think then I can at least adjust the neck angle. I'm so focused. I hope it's not difficult to see. Okay. Why is my hair so difficult to draw? Who did that? I don't know who designed it this way. It's simultaneously very fun to draw and then very difficult to draw. Well, I don't know what you could possibly be suggesting. Must have been some baker. I think that they should repent by having to draw it like hundreds of times. I think they should repent. They shall be sentenced to drawing these braids more times than they can count. Oh man. Woo! Otsu exhausting weekend! Yes, sending much strength to everyone with weekend shifts. Got this. Or rather, you did it. You did it! And now you have your well-earned rest. You think my hair is one of the easier ones? Why? Why do I specifically struggle so much with drawing it then? Oh man. You know, once you figure out how you like to draw hands, freehanding them is so fun. Hands are like a pain to draw most of the time, but then sometimes it's like once you got it, it feels like so great. And I believe in all of you. Very important to ensure that every flower friend's face looks extremely cute. It's a requirement. Base requirement of their very being and fiber of their existence. Okay. It's like a tote bag. Heh. So cute. Oh yeah, I loved the drawing you did of me with all the flower friends on the ground with the top hat. That was so good. If you have not seen it, oh wait, I should link it. I think I happened to repost it the other day, but I want to make sure. I want to make sure the whole world can see it. Also, the Sanrio character rankings are out. How are we feeling, Pom Pomperin Nation? Whoop whoop whoop. I personally did not care about who places first, second, and third. The only thing that I really care about the Sanrio character rankings for is it affects how they focus on. I genuinely think that it affects how they focus on making the merch of the certain Sanrio characters. And this year, Kogimyan came in 12th, which is not bad. I love her. I love her to bits. I kind of unintentionally started making this look like one of those viral tote bags. If any of you know anything about Trader Joe's tote bags, like I don't know what it is about them, but apparently the people really want them. And again, I haven't witnessed it myself much, but I saw, like, when I went outside yesterday, I saw these like two women, these two older women with their Trader Joe's bags. Like, oh my gosh, yeah. I just love those lines. They are aesthetic is the thing, because now that I drew it and I added a little pretzel logo, I was like, oh, hold on. Hold on a second. Am I about to become a Trader Joe's tote bag girly? I did see that sometimes they got the really cute pastel colors, but they don't have me yet. They haven't released orange. I might be found like trampled at a Trader Joe's supermarket if they ever release a pastel orange though. But if you see me on the floor there, do not say a word. Do not speak. I promise I'm fine. Wait, merch idea? I don't know where to make tote bags. I should do some research. You know, something I have been thinking about for a long time is like making more useful merch. Because I personally really love standees and things of the like. No, I wasn't feeling that. I just kind of want a choker. No frills. Just like, I just want a choker. But I've been thinking about it because I have so many ideas in my brain for like useful merch ideas. The problem is a lot of those types of merch that requires like a little bit more effort to have made, you need to get like 200 of them for them to even want to make it. So I have to do some research. You're cooking Trader Joe's and Mintmai. I'm not even gonna lie, Trader Joe's has saved my life, I think, in like university days. Cause especially when I was first year in university, for whatever reason, the dorms didn't have any kind of like kitchen pantry situation. Apparently like they used to, but then they didn't. And so I had no kitchen. And so I had like Trader Joe's frozen paneer and a dream for like days I needed no meal plan. And I also had so many cans of like soup. Not Trader Joe's soup specifically, but I had so much canned soup in the microwave, and I had this plastic cup that was specifically made for microwaving soup. My dad got it from me, from like Marshall's. He was like, here, I know you like soup. This will be great. Oh, I'll even draw what it looks like here. It's ridiculous. I've never seen a microwavable soup cup before, but they're actually very useful. So it's like plastic. It's like a plastic like mug. And mine was a lime, kind of an unfortunate lime green color, which is not the most flattering when you're, you know, drinking your soup. But yeah, it was like bright green, and it has like a little microwave, like safe, like glass bond lid. And then there's like a little vent hole, like in the top, so that when you microwave the soup, there's like a little vent hole. You were at soup? Oh yeah, I was at soup. I was at soup. I think about the picture of like, there's this photo that has circulated online before, and it's just a picture of a clothing store front, but the clothing store name is Soup, and the caption was just kind of like, you were at where? And I think about it, I'm like, I want to go to Soup. I want to buy clothes at the Soup store. I actually think it's my favorite meme ever. It's got layers. Okay. First of all, I've never watched Code Geass before. Second of all, because I like soup so much and I like fashion so much separately, and I also really like badly dubbed things, like as a, you know, a form of humor. I like bad dubs. There are some pretty hilarious ones out there. But specifically, I'm at soup. Brings a smile to my face every time. Did you at least watch the abridged version of where it came from? Nope. The only Code Geass I've ever seen is at soup. I would not be against watching it though, but it's gonna like ruin my immersion. To me, the why are you buying clothes at the soup store is like the canon. It's like the canon version of that scene. And part of me is not sure if I want to ruin that, you know? Cause like, what if I can go my whole life thinking that like that's just like what exists? I kind of want to have like an arm up somewhere, but like I'm just drawing this for the meme. Like, what would I even be doing? Shrugs. I do want to have like a hand up though, because I think it would look cute in this pose. Oh, you know, I was talking about how I wanted a flip phone the other day. What if I have a flip phone here? Wait, how would you even... She's doing the what? What? The what? No 7. Stop. Oh man. So you may or may not know I've been learning Japanese for a little while now. It's been maybe a month and a week or so, and I do flashcards every single day, and the flashcards are actually super fun to do. Like, it's a fun routine. I do it before bed, and like after washing up, it's pretty nice. I kind of do it like after I wash my face and brush my teeth, but then before I journal, so that I'm not looking at a screen as the last thing before I go to bed. But I do my digital flashcards daily, and it's quite fun. But I am sad to say that literally Roku Nana is how I am able to remember the numbers 6 and 7. It makes it just so much faster for me. Like, because the different, like when I look at the characters, right, the hiragana, Roku Nana is like, it's so helpful. It's so helpful that it's like so obvious. Is that the order? That is the order it is said, yes. Unfortunate. You know, the thing is, even prior to learning Japanese, I knew some of the first numbers. So like 1, 2, 3, 4 or 4, 5, 6, shichi or nana, but most of the time it's nana. Hachi, kyuju, like that. The two that I would get mixed up the most would be roku and nana. But then in my head, every time I'm just like roku nana, and then I'm like, okay, I can remember if this one is 6 or 7. I'm not even kidding though. I say this with a straight face, like if I need to remember between those two which one is which, it is so easy now. It's so sad. Or maybe so great. So happy. I think there are some pretty difficult things when it comes to like counting certain things, like minutes in Japanese, or even like the thousands. It's like it sounds almost the same, but it's not the same. How does one hold a flip phone? I'm looking, but if you wait, am I allowed to show Shutterstock images? I'm sure I can, right? Thank you, Phil. That's the name of the photographer. I'm gonna show a Shutterstock image. People put Shutterstock images in their YouTube videos all the time. This is the first photo that shows up when I look up like holding a flip phone as a reference. This is awesome. They mean business. Yep. So, folks, this is how you effectively use art reference, okay? She's looking at us instead of the phone. She wants you to know that she's really cool for having a flip phone. I kind of love how it feels so like, and you're watching Disney Channel. And honestly, it is helpful. Don't mind the fact that I drew my fingers looking like spiders. I may or may not fix that later. Actually, I will fix it because I think it's not obvious enough what the phone is versus what the hand is. I'm gonna do the anime thing where you glue the two middle fingers together because it looks good, okay? You can pry away this hand pose. You can pry it away. You can, oh no, that's not the phrase. You cannot pry it away from my cold dead hands. Like, nope. You cannot take that away from me. Not her. Hiding the hands behind the back. Sure, I can try and avoid that. Making characters wink so you don't have to draw the other eye. I sort of grew out of that anyways. But gluing the two, like the middle finger and the ring finger together, you cannot take that away from me. No amount of drawing lessons will ever take that away from me. Like, also I did, you know, I did ballet in the past. And you know, oh, what do your hands look like in ballet? Oh my gosh. Wow, would you look at that? That's how you're there's like rules to how like you pose your hands in ballet. And I followed that rule for years. So not only are your middle and ring finger kind of glued together in ballet because it looks awesome, there's also a marshmallow rule. This is just like a fun bit of, I guess, ballet lore for those that are curious. So from a side profile, this is the index finger here. From a side profile, according, like my teacher taught us this, you should pretend that you are holding like one small hot chocolate sized marshmallow. And then like the pinky also goes up. But with your middle and ring finger, you should pretend that you're holding one like hot chocolate sized marshmallow. And that's like the hand positioning that I was taught. It does make the hands look, it adds like a delicate sort of point to the end of your whole silhouette. And silhouettes are all that matters with ballet, really. The most important thing in ballet is silhouette because you're assuming that you're being seen from like the balcony part of a theater. Like you are so far away, and that's why when you do makeup for theater or for dance and stuff, they make your lips really red. They do like strong eyeliner, and they do like bright lips and cheeks, because otherwise the stage lighting makes you look like a ghost and you will not be seen clearly from far away. That's some precise posing. I really loved ballet. At some point in time, I loved it for the social aspect more than the actual, like, you know, more than the actual ballet itself, because ballet is a very strict style of dance. But growing up, it was like, you know, I didn't have many friends, and so I wanted to keep my ballet friends. Or I still wanted to like see them really often, but it got to a point where it's like, it does not make sense to go to a dance school. Like, it doesn't make much sense to spend so much time there if you're not actually planning on pursuing it professionally. Because I was in a program that was like for ballet, not a program that necessarily trains professionals, but as a whole, the school itself like fed into a company. So I guess, I'm not sure if it works this way for other types of dance, but ballet traditionally, it's like a lot of times these companies, and a company is what you call like the dance group that they put on shows, they travel maybe, and they do ballet professionally, like that's their job. A lot of them have a school that's attached to them, and it's almost like a feeder school where like the students from the academy are expected to then become the trainees. And then after you're a trainee, you could be a trainee for like years and years and years before they officially like cast you. But ideally, people in the trainee program, they work really hard as trainees, and they like put on trainee performances. And usually the trainees are all a little bit like older. Like you're usually, I feel like to be a trainee, they were all at least like 18 by then, like by how the school spaced out the classes and the levels and stuff. But I was in a school like that. So a school that fed into like a professional ballet company. And, you know, it's not particularly different from other ballet schools, but I went there because that's where people I knew went. And like I went there when I was young, kind of before it was like super, I guess, professional-ish. And so I knew a bunch of people that are actually like, they became professional dancers, which is really cool. I don't particularly keep in touch with a lot of them, but yeah, we do. I think once in a while I'll see one of them like post something online and I'm like, oh my gosh, yippee. Yay. I liked my dancing days though. It was fun. And it's also, you know, I think at some point in time I wanted to pursue it professionally, but very quickly I was like, okay, this cannot happen. Because it was between ballet and continuing my education, basically. And if I phrase it like that, it makes it sound like I was good enough at ballet to pursue it professionally. I was not. I wish to clarify, to become a professional dancer, it's really, 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 really hard. And not only that, like ballet is particularly strenuous, like on your actual body. And so my feet are like, okay, not, oh gosh. VTuber talking about feet is always like such dangerous territory. I joke, but like, my feet just look like normal feet, but they kind of like are permanently shaped a certain way because of like dancing. Like, not to give you an exact portrait, but like dancers' feet tend to like you do it for long enough and like your toes will be squished because the point ballet shoe was like that, like very arched. No, that's actually part of the reason why I quit. I have flat feet. I have what they call collapsing arches, which actually gives me like knee problems. And I found out about this at a young age only because like I would get critiqued in ballet class for not having a strong enough point. Because flat feet is like you kind of have an arch normally, like when you don't put bare weight. But then the second you step your foot down, it like flattens. And it causes your knees to actually buckle. It causes your knees to do something that is not really visibly obvious, but it strains them over time. And so whenever I get shoes, like I shouldn't, I mean, I'm supposed to like have like an arch support sticker or like a sole that I insert into sneakers and things so that my knees don't do the weird thing that people with flat feet get. So that's on lore. But for example, when I pointed my feet in dance class, this is the ankle. This is about what I could do, because you're not supposed to curl your toes. A lot of times people see ballet dancers and they think you're curling your toes. You're not supposed to curl your toes. You are folding your actual arch. You're using the ball of your foot, not your toe. And I could talk about this for ages because, you know, I love dancing. However, people with high arches are able to like the ball of their feet and their feet are like naturally able to like do this instead. So you see how big of like a difference that is in terms of like shape. And then imagine, right, like you're wearing a point shoe, so you're balancing on that tip of your body and you get two of them, but a lot of times you're only on one. So you can imagine someone like me, like this does not, again, this is like this is me exposing big ballet. To the traditional ballet standards, this does not look as good as like this. Like they want you to be able to get as close to this as possible. Like this is the standard. Like you should be able to overextend like that, and like your arch should be able to bend like that. I remember a lot of times with other students, we would like spend time. You know, the thing about the dancer's feet though, I do see your message, and I like really want to address this as well, because it's something that I remember being a very fond memory actually. So to clear up any potential misconceptions about dancers' feet, it absolutely hurts when you're doing it, but you build, it's almost like building muscles. Like your skin changes because it adjusts and you form these you form calluses the same way like a gymnast would have calluses on their palms and things like that. I don't know if anyone's done like monkey bars as a kid on the playground, but you know, if you do a lot of monkey bars, right? This is a very blobby palm of a hand, but like you get calluses along here, sort of. For dancers, you also form calluses, and like, I think if, you know, I wouldn't recommend looking up a photo of them. They can, again, if you're not a dancer or if you're not used to seeing them, like looking up quote unquote dancers' feet, they can be quite squeamish, because a lot of times the photos can also be dramatized, because it's not uncommon for you to take off your shoes after like multiple hours of dancing point, and like your feet are also very red because of the abrasion. And like, obviously if your shoes are well fitting, there shouldn't be abrasiveness, but they're squished in there tight because you need it to be tight in order to be able to support yourself on your toes. Again, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, ballet is such an invention. And then I remember that originally ballet was done on high heels and not point shoes. That came later. I used to have a lot of history books on dancing and stuff like that too. I was not only a dancer, I was a nerd about dancing. Like I had the books. I just liked like ballet as a whole. Yeah. But again, at the time, it's also like not. I think everyone that does ballet has kind of a general concept of the fact that it's very hard to pursue professionally. Also because, you know, you probably retire really early. Like it makes it doesn't make money. I think you should absolutely pursue it if it's what you're meant to do though. Cause like I know professional dancers and you can make a living, but what I will say is like it's so hard to become one, and then your rehearsal schedule, like it'll eat your whole life basically. And I could say the same about a lot of different entertainment industries, right? But it's just one of those careers where it's like the performing arts, like you will travel for the job, you will have to be super strict with like everything you do in your life because it will all affect your dancing. It will all, like every slight thing can affect you. And so I kind of knew that I wasn't really built to handle that. And I also didn't want to give up. I didn't want to sort of give up a regular school experience for it. And that's sort of when I realized I might not be cut out for it. Because everyone I know that did end up pursuing it professionally was willing to give up like a regular educational experience. And technically, you know, I found art, and that was around the time I quit because I was like, oh my gosh, I like this so much more, actually. So technically I didn't go to a regular university, but I did go to a regular high school, and I don't regret that. Sorry, back to the talk about dancers' feet. I wanted to say really quickly, definitely, you know, for future reference, dancers are very proud of their feet. I will say. Every dancer I knew was really, 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 really like, it's kind of like, you play violin, right? And so I think like, you know, the calluses potentially forming on your fingers and your hands. And I know a lot of violinists, you get like the strawberry on your neck. At least that's what it was called, I think. I don't know if is it called that? I played violin for 1 year. And I feel like in Mandarin, I heard, when I noted, yeah, no. I just want to point it out that it's not at all offensive. I just more so meant to say like, they wouldn't want you to feel bad for them for going through the pain, the violin key. But what I mean is like the calluses on your hands that come from playing violin are, something that you probably feel really proud of, right? Because it shows how many hours that you've like put into your craft. And something like pursuing any kind of performing art is something that goes against the grain of, I think, what generally society wants you to do. So a lot of like dancers, like we actually, when I was a student, we would like, again, this is not to glorify injury. I want that to be very, very clear. We would not show off injury. It would be more so, if we had built really strong calluses over time, it would be something to show off. Like it would actually be something that like students would like, for lack of a better term, again, I went to a ballet school while I was still going to regular like middle and high school. But it was relatively intense, and so a lot of those girls wanted to be professional dancers, and so yeah, people would like check out each other's feet and it would be like in a very positive way, you know. I do feel very lucky. I think that like ballet is a pretty slippery slope where it's very easy to have kind of a tricky relationship with those sorts of things, but like I feel very fortunate that like the people I was surrounded by were all very, very kind and like super positive. But I will say when it comes to dancers' feet, like I remember us being like really like, guys, look, like I have a new blister. Like again, it is not out of glorifying injury, because like you should be using all of the tapes and the foams and like the padding necessary to protect yourself. But oh, we were so thrilled to like show it off to each other, which sounds really crazy in hindsight. Sounds kind of nasty, right? Like, okay, not nasty. That's not the right word. I mean to say gnarly. It sounds gnarly, but it's like, you know, people that do BMX or like bike tricks or like skateboarding, right? You do a really cool move and then you get a little bit of a scrape and then you tell your friends the story about it. You're like, oh yeah, like I scraped my knee, but I like did something really cool in the so it was one of those. I do think it's tough though, because it's one of those things where I also remembered this is so bad, but in high school, I knew a lot of people that would glorify like how little they slept, which is always something that is bad. I strongly discourage glorifying or comparing how sleep deprived you are. But because school was like so academically demanding to some people, they would be like, I got 5 hours of sleep. Oh, well, I got 4 hours of sleep because I was crunching for the calculus test. And I was like, please. In my head, I was like, don't do that. However, I will say, you know, everyone has their own sense of pride. Everyone has their own sense of, I guess, like pride that comes along with them being like, I've put so much time into this thing. And I do think that part of that human psychology, it's like a double-edged sword. But I like to think that part of that human psychology is so beautiful. Like the fact that, you know, you can feel proud of hard work and you want to share that with someone. Like that is just such a natural inclination, right? Like without being cocky, but wanting to be like, look at this, look at this, you know, this is the work and the dedication that I have towards something. I see, with violin, it's mostly complaining about calluses peeling off or back hurting, etc. So it's a bit of a cultural difference. I see. Wait, that's so interesting. You know, I played flute though. I was a flautist. I think saying that I was a flautist is like giving myself way too much credit. I was in a middle school band where I played flute for like a little bit. I think in total I played flute for 3 or 4 years. I played violin for 1, except I LARPed as a violinist for that whole 1 year. Thank you for wishing me a good break. Yeah, I am visiting family. For a week. I will miss my cats, but my cats, they love their cat sitter and they love my housemate and like it's all good. So I always work out like a schedule for them. But like my cats, oh my gosh, I'm gonna miss them more than they're gonna miss me. That's the thing. I can't take them with me on the plane or anything. Family time is nice. Yeah, I think it's nice because it's also, you know, it's like I couldn't be there in person for like Father's or Mother's Day, even though I call and I like mail stuff. At least I kind of get to do like an in-person sort of like, because they're both somewhat recent, like Father's and Mother's Day. They were both relatively recent, so I get to be like, hey. So there's that. I'm gonna board the bread blimp and travel somewhere. Yippee. Yeah, I also have a lot of stuff to like take care of though. I feel like I have things I should clean out of my parents' home. From like they have my old stuff and I want to help go through some of it if I have time. That's always hard though. Being like, all right, I'm home, by the way. Where's all my old stuff? But maybe I'll find some fun, like, maybe I'll find some fun toys, like my old little anime trinkets or... my wishful thinking is like one day I'll find my Pokemon cards again, but I'm pretty sure that we don't have them anymore. I think probably all of them except for our favorite ones like went to my cousin, which again was worth it. It was fun. Different time. There was no Pokemon scalping market. I was looking at Pokemon cards the other day. It's so bad. It's because I have 2 Pokemon cards and I love the art. I think it's so cute. It's out of curiosity. I was looking at some other Pokemon cards, but because I just like them for the art, I kind of just like, when looking them up at least, I just look at full art cards, even though I like, you know, I like all the cards. They don't have to be full art necessarily, but I only have 2 Pokemon cards with me now, and they're both full art. And then whenever I look at like full art Pokemon cards online, I'm like, why are you so expensive? What happened? And even buying unopened packs though. Like sometimes places will have unopened packs. It's like, why are you $9? Why indeed, frown. Why are you $9 for pack? You're supposed to be like 5, and I know for a fact that like it's like the retailers can just like hike it up as much as they want. Like every individual store can choose to price a booster pack however they want. Which is like, why indeed frown. Alpa. I think of everyone I know, like Alpa and Maya like Pokemon cards the most. Like, to my knowledge, those are the only two people that collect Pokemon cards, like, that I can think of in my brain. I don't know if I know anyone else that, like, actually, like, collects them or is as into them. Like, currently, at least. Although I love seeing Pokemon card photos, and I love seeing, like, I love watching Alpa. I like watching Alpa crack open her Pokemon cards. We were hanging out just like in person, and she got a bunch of packs. We were able to get a lot of packs at like a normal price. Not like a huge box or anything. But it's kind of just like fun because we were with some friends and we each just got 2 packs, but they were all for Alpa. It was very fun. Yay. Oh man, I feel like, I mean, like, I saw whoa, my voice. I saw Maya earlier, but I was just thinking about it. Like, I really love, I saw like Maya's painting on the Pokemon cards. Like, I love watching. I love seeing Maya talk about Pokemon cards. It's just whenever someone's very excited about anything and talking about it, I'm just like smiling and kicking my feet. I'm like, yippee! I love hearing my friends talk about their hobbies. It makes me so happy. It's so cozy. Yeah, and also like I just think the painted, like painting on top of Pokemon cards is so cool. Maybe one day I'll get like a card that is not full art, or like a more plain card or something, and try it out someday, but I'm scared. Because Pokemon card material is not something that I've ever experienced. I fear the TCG material will give me pressure. Although I suppose there's probably a way to like wipe it off or something safely, but still. I've always loved that idea though of like taking something from a TCG or like a card like that and like making it into a little work of art. It's very cool. Yeah. I like this. I've liked this so far. I'm feeling pretty good about this. I haven't done much clean line art in Clip Studio Paint because I have fear in my heart and I'm not used to this at all. I think because it's not a screen tablet and I just got so used to animating and drawing on a screen tablet, it's like every line I put down, I'm like, it's not going exactly where I wanted it to go, but it's okay. I'm learning. I'm getting used to it. Hold on, I'm gonna hide the screen and I'm gonna flip it because I've made this joke before. But what my art looks like flipped is not my business. Sometimes I peek at it out of curiosity, but you know how people are like, or I guess a lot of art tips I see sometimes are like, flip your canvas to make sure that your proportions are good. I'm like, that's not my business. I'm drawing my art from one perspective because it is going to be like, it is going to be perceived from that perspective. Like no one's going to hold up their phone to a mirror to see it the other way. So how my art looks backwards is not my business. You know, like if someone else wants to, for whatever reason, hold my art up to a mirror and look at it reversed, like that's your choice. You go ahead, but I don't need to know. I'm living my truth indeed. I feel like most of the time when you flip your artwork, it's like when you see photos of yourself backwards. It's like, what? You know how a mirror, like, always, you know, it flips what you look like technically? And so, I mean, I learned about this in psychology, where it's like some people are like, oh, I hate photos of myself, but like, you know, I know what I look like, but psychologically, it's because you're so comfortable with your own, like, you're so comfortable with knowing, I guess, having an idea of what you look like, but technically it's a reversed image. But to everyone else, you look perfectly wonderful. It's just that you're used to one version. And so when you see photos that are not like the mirrored version, sometimes it can be disorienting because you're like, that doesn't really look like how I feel I look like. But the truth is, everyone experiences a little bit of that. And it's perfectly normal. It's just a little camera and brain playing tricks kind of thing. So it's not something to worry about. Like, if it's messed up, that's on them for flipping it contrary to the artist's intent. Exactly. Do you go to a museum, look at Michelangelo's, you know... Did Michelangelo paint? Yes, he did. I think I referenced the Sistine Chapel like once this stream, and I, for some reason, hadn't added up that it was Michelangelo that painted it. I was just remembering that he was a sculptor. Anyhow, do you go to like... You know, do you like pull up to the Louvre and then look at like a very famous artist's beautiful painting and like, would you literally take it and like flip it upside down? No, you wouldn't. In fact, security would drag you out. So why would you flip a digital artist's work? I will say the only thing it matters for is merch. If you're making merch and you want it to be double-sided, then yes, flip your artwork and check, because someone will be seeing it from the other side, including you. So again, it's just if it's double-sided, it matters. If it's not double-sided, it's nobody's business. But yeah, security would like drag you out. Like two security guards would like pull you out by your arms and your legs if you went up to an art piece and you decided to like re-hang it upside down. You know? Like how dare you? I feel like my Clip Studio Paint art is really crusty. Do you see all these artifacts? Do you see all this little like line art artifact happening? It's because I think the line confidence I've built up over the years, it just like melts away when I'm drawing on a different textured surface. Drawing on paper is easier than this, because I can see where my pen is touching on the paper. And you know, even though I have this little circular cursor that I can see, it's still like messing with my brain. It's okay. It doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to be clean, but I just... I need to start coloring. I have to let it go, except this elbow is like also really crunchy and I want to fix the Trader Joe's bag. That's exactly how I felt moving from traditional to digital. Yep. When you draw on paper, you can see where the lead of the pencil or the ink of the pen is touching. And you cannot when you are having a, like, one of these sorts of tablet situations. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. And I don't remember what that song is from or why I thought of it. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Yeah, literally feeling like learning how to walk again is exactly how it feels. Without fail. Like, it's baby giraffe just born wiggly little legs. 100%. I think that's a cute little embroidery. Okay, let's get into the nitty-gritty. I gotta drink some more water. Yeah, different program. I'm figuring out how to draw in this program. Sketch coming along nicely. Thank you! I think it's just gonna be a colored sketch. It's probably not gonna be... I probably will not evolve it into like a more detailed anything. Just because I'm pretty happy with this. And also, it's just sort of a quick and cute thing. At least that's what I was imagining with it. Just something sort of fast and cute. Something I can finish drawing quickly is actually the goal. The other thing with Clip Studio Paint is I have to name the layers because the thumbnail previews are not as clear as what I'm used to seeing. But it does make sense. Oops. Bread eyes, bread eyes. That was Imagine Dragons. Oh! Imagine. I'm stopping there. I'm stopping there. And you could say, oh, Mintmai, commit, but no. Do I think it's silly? Yes. Yes, I think it is very silly. But part of me finds enjoyment in withholding the last bit of it, you know? Guy, there needs to be another word for what it's called when you're like there has to be another word out there that I can say that is not like because I cannot say out loud the term that I imagined would make sense to say when you're like, oh, I just think it's fun and silly to withhold a joke at the very end of the joke so that it's kind of left hanging and you know. I was trying to think of so many different ways to like dance around how it is sometimes said. Oh gosh, I don't have my color palette. Joke cliffhanger. I love to I love to deploy cliffhangers in conversation sometimes. I think it makes me mysterious and interesting. Said no one ever. I just think it's fun sometimes. And I don't think it's rage baiting. I think it's like... In other news. Oh, you're gonna make tomato soup and garlic bread? That sounds so good. Wait, I want some. I haven't made garlic bread for so long. It feels like I haven't made garlic bread in so long. There's this baguette I really like to get that this bakery brings to the farmer's market, but I haven't made it into garlic bread in a long time. A lot of times I just like toast it and just eat it with like soup or stew. I didn't even go to the farmer's market this week. I wound up being kind of busy yesterday, but it was still a good day. However, I went outside somewhere else, so I didn't feel like going to the farmer's market. I was just like at a mall. But, you know, I'm a regular at a few farmer's market spots, and sometimes when I don't go and I come back the next time, they're like, how are you doing? Where were you? And I'm like, oh, they know how to get me. It kind of kills me every time. It's like, oh my gosh, like, we missed you last week. And I'm like, I missed you too, I guess. But like literally, because there is this one lady that I love at the farmer's market. She's practically my friend. Although we don't know each other's names. We actually like have conversations. Cause sometimes I order like food from her like family business situation. And then we small talk if there's no line and I have to wait for the food still. So it like feels, it feels like I have this friend, but it's like me and my parasocial relationship with the woman that just is doing her job at the farmer's market. There's that anime Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You. Mine is like small talking at the cash register when there's no line and I'm waiting on the food from your family business stall with you. Oh my gosh, that wound up being so much longer than I meant to make it. The joke is that it's a long title, but it was like I ran out of air. The thing is, I do like trying new things though, so a lot of times I will try like different stuff around the farmer's market and then I feel like I'm cheating. You know? And then I'll go back to like the places I know I always like to like pick up stuff from and they'll be like, welcome home, cheater. We saw you at the farmer's market last week, but you were at a different stall. And I'm like, ah. This reminds me of something else. Oh gosh. Again, farmer's market related. Classic run-on sentence light novel title. That sounds so nice though. It is nice. I think if I'm ever spending money on food outside, like I want it to go to these people that I talk to at the farmer's market, because like a lot of them are just like really, you know, smaller like family run things, and it's just like, yeah, I want to support, and also the food is like really good, so why would I not? And then it kind of turns into like part of my routine where I really like going to the farmer's market, like, you know, once a weekend, and I skip weekends here and there, but it's very pleasant. I love farmer's markets. They also have good fruit, but you have to pretty much eat it immediately. But sometimes it's like, oh, you know, if I want to treat myself to some very fresh berries and just eat it day of, like, that's always great too. Family-owned restaurants hit different. Yep. In my experience, when there's like family photos on the wall, like you're about to have some of like the best food you've ever had in your life. So I didn't realize when I had gone on a small trip, I went on, I feel like it was a very short trip. It was like 4 days or something like that. I was visiting Seattle for just like a little bit one time. And I think it was actually just like last fall. I'm trying to remember the timeline exactly, but it was not too long ago. But I hadn't realized that there was so much like really great authentic Filipino food in Seattle, and I don't happen to be Filipino so I haven't eaten a lot of Filipino food, but I have Filipino friends who are very enthusiastic about the food, right? Every place I went to was like every single family-owned, run Filipino restaurant, stall, anything of that kind was like brain-meltingly delicious. And the one thing that I noticed was consistent across every single one of these places is that they all had some kind of like, they had so many photos, like family photos everywhere. And I just thought that that was like really sweet. And not only is it family photos, it's also like photos of the restaurant owners, like with people that have come to like eat at the restaurant. And some of the pictures are like really faded. And you can just tell like how much pride there is in like the cooking. And I don't know, it's just really endearing. There's also kind of the experience of like, I feel like restaurants that have sticky floors, family-owned restaurant with sticky floor, like they're gonna serve you some really good noodle soup. just saying. In my experience, that's how it goes. That's my tip. Follow the sticky floors. That's how you know the restaurant's well run. And sometimes there are like photos of celebrities I don't know, but it's kind of just, again, it's like really fun. There are like some signatures and stuff, and like some of them are just really sweet notes. I saw there were like letters from like some singer that like lives abroad or something along those lines, and they were like, this and this dish are so good, like you have to get it. And then I just think in my head, I'm like, thank you, singer that I do not know, that has come to this restaurant and has like a signed poster on the wall. I will look at your food recommendations on the menu. It's just kind of a sweet thing that like connects people that have eaten here in the past versus me who is now eating there in the present. Like, I don't know. I think home cooking is just beautiful. We once served the former mayor of the city. That happens all the time too. Yes, at these places. At this like genre of places. When the indie restaurant has world building stuff. It's also when they treat the customer like family. It's really sweet. It's like you can go in not knowing anyone, but then you can walk out of there and they're like, thanks so much for coming by. And then part of me feels like not necessarily sad, but not necessarily sad, but I do sometimes feel just kind of like, oh man, when I'm traveling, I don't know if I'll ever be like, I don't know if I'll be back for like the next, you know, year or 2 or even 3. It's bittersweet because it's like you've left me with such a lovely memory and something to like remember the city by, but like I quite physically will not be in this area for the foreseeable future. Like that's just kind of the rough part about finding favorite spots while traveling. There's this bookstore I really liked in Washington, D.C. And I remember it because I was like I think I was in elementary school, but I remember the bookstore, so I don't know if it's still there. I have never been to Washington, D.C. since. Yeah. But I went just one time, not for cherry blossom season, but just to go and check out like museums and stuff. Like my parents wanted to do a little family trip there, because they figured, you know, me and my sister should probably just take a look at some of the museums and stuff they had there. So yeah, when I think about it, I don't think my family traveled particularly often, but I do think like, I don't know, it's pretty cool of my family to, like my parents, they put in effort to, you know, bring us back to family that was like overseas, you know, once every couple of years. And we tried to do, they would try to like expose us to a lot of different things, just like over time, yeah. But the DC museums, they're free, and so, I mean, the fact that that is there, it's pretty cool. I have to drink some more water. The heat congestion's getting to me. Good stuff. I almost lived there. I was so excited to visit the museums. Heartbreak. I think, you know, there's got to be a silver lining to everything. I mean, I don't know what it's like to live there, but I am under the strong impression, because this is just personal experience, living somewhere is always so different from visiting it. Once in a blue moon, like in the past, it hasn't happened for a while, but sometimes my university friends and I are like, what if we go check out, you know, the town our school was in, just for old time's sake? And it's like, when we were living there and we were students, it sucked. It was terrible. It was awful. But then whenever we go back, we're like, oh yeah, didn't you love the bookstore here when we were still students? Oh, and like the cafe that we would like study in, and or like the cafe that we would like do assignments in and like work at together is like still around, and they still serve that like drink I like to order. Like suddenly it's like romanticized and awesome. But living there was like terrible and awful. And the buses never came on time. But there has been a few times where with, you know, I had a small cozy friends from school that I was really grateful for. But yeah, we all universally really didn't like it when we lived there, and then now that we don't live there anymore, it's just like, oh, wasn't it, you know, wasn't it all right? It wasn't so bad that we had water damage in the walls and they wouldn't fix it. City folk visiting. I want to move here and have my own Stardew Valley my own Stardew Valley life. I cannot read. Rural folk. I want to leave this backwater town and move to the big city. I feel like I know some people from rural areas that don't want to move to the big city though. And whenever I say I know some people, sometimes it's like I barely know them, but I like, you know, I like talking to strangers. The strangest thing about me, okay, maybe not the weirdest thing about me. I think it's the most contradictory. The most contradictory thing about me is that I genuinely have so much fear in my heart sometimes, and I think I've been getting better about it, but like I have fear in my heart of people. However, I love talking to like utter strangers. Like they have to be someone that I like absolutely, positively do not know. And I can have an incredible conversation with them and then we'll never speak again. That's how I am actually with my neighbors on airplanes. Whenever I go on the plane, which I don't love flying. However, you know, sometimes it can be kind of cozy. But if I've got like a friendly neighbor and they kind of, you know, sometimes they're like, oh, I've got a, you know, it's nice to strike up a little conversation so it's not as awkward when you tap their shoulder and you're like, hi, can I pass you to like go pee? But there are a lot of times where like there ends up being small talk, and then we wind up talking about like things that we like or things we do for work or where we're headed or where we're heading back from. And it's like, it's such like a nice, you know, it can be such like a comforting moment to just like talk to someone face to face, but have absolutely like zero pressure and they have zero preconceived notion of who you are. It's awesome. So I've talked to a lot of strangers and I've heard a lot of different experiences. One of my favorite things is I learned a lot about working in like airport fast food. Because I always wondered how I guess I had wondered it's obviously a little bit different from working at like a not airport location. But one time this older man sitting next to me, he was like, I'm not sure how old, but he was definitely retired. But he was sitting down and he was really, really like, you know, he was friendly and sweet, and like I was also, you know, putting my stuff in my chair and then just small talk began, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, and I was talking about the airport because I had a little sandwich from the airport still, and he's like, oh my gosh, yeah, I used to work at one of those airport food kiosks, and I just like, I learned so much about that in that sitting, and I was like, wow, this is so cool. I don't know. And then I remind myself, you know, like I should go outside, and then I witnessed something else, and then I'm like, oh, maybe I should never go outside. I saw some kids like doing really intense 6-7 at each other, and their parents being like completely just like tuning it out. It was really funny the other day. Like at a public restaurant, like outdoor seating, like 2 kids from 2 separate tables were like 6-7, and like they're like probably only 5 years old or something, real small. They looked tiny to me, like kindergarteners, but their parents were just like trying to make them not a public disturbance while also like doing their own thing. It's hard to explain exactly how it went down, but being outside is quite an adventure. But true, sometimes I find small talk with strangers easier than small talk with distant acquaintances. Small talk with someone that knows you is like the most painstaking undertaking that can happen. You know, I'm not trying to sound like I want to avoid friends of my friends. That's not true at all. In fact, most of the time I'm very excited to get to know friends of my friends. But some of the most like mentally taxing conversation I've ever had is when it's like someone that's like, oh yeah, like I've heard about you before. It's over. It's over from that moment on, because my brain is like playing 5D chess now. Because like you know limited context about me from someone else, like indirectly, that may or may not even know me that well. So then now everything's boiling over, and oh goodness gracious, there are too many chefs in the kitchen of my brain. There are too many chefs in the kitchen of my brain. I think that that's actually the best way I can describe what I am like. My life is too many chefs in the kitchen of my brain. And then there's the one chef that's like me, that's trying to be like the guy from The Bear. Yeah? I think I have put in extensive... It's funny, I don't even feel like the same person that I was like many years ago, because I've put in so much extensive like time and work into like figuring out how to work with myself better. And it's an ongoing journey. I think my relationship with myself, you know, it has evolved over time, and I just want to be the best me I could be, but also the happiest me without too much stress. Without too much cortisol. That would be great. Eclipse Studio Paint art stream. Hello. Oh my gosh, Ari's a VTuber. Guys, Ari's a VTuber, man. Heaves a dreamy sigh. If you didn't know, Ari's a VTuber who streams over on Twitch but has really sweet, awesome song covers. She's got some music over on YouTube, so you should check it out. She got a new face, pretty much. A really gorgeous, beautiful 1.0 face, or 2.0 face, and a really nice summer outfit. I love her sniffles. Women Congratulations. Many ghostlings, I mean, they were already ghosts. Arisa's community are ghostlings, and so they're already ghosts, but I think I saw many of them like die again, you know? I saw some like souls floating out of your chat that day. I witnessed it all. I was like lurking and trying to chat sometimes, but I was watching with my eyeballs. I died 100 times. Yep. That's how it goes. That's exactly how you become one. Technically, you're a ghostling too, but... Well, yes, of course. I'm like... Okay, well... I feel like it'd be unfair to other ghostlings for me to be like, I'm ghostling #1, guys, but like... I have a statuette of Arisa VTuber in my home. I literally became the luckiest person on earth and have a statue of Arisa VTuber in my home. Oh my goodness, and I haven't actually gotten to talk about it, but the artist that made that statue, they weren't taking commissions for a very long time, which I also understand. But because I had contacted them such a long time ago about getting a matching one, I actually am getting like a matching figurine to go next to my Arisa one, so we could be together. So Arisa VTuber statue can have a friend. It's been a long time since I shared a photo of my Arisa VTuber statue, but I want to get some pictures of them together once it's mailed to me. Are you serious? Yes, do you want to? Wait, I don't want to show it on stream yet because I only have the videos from the artist, and I'm not sure if the artist is chill with me like showing their hands and stuff, regardless of whether or not they're a VTuber. But I'll send it to Arisa first. She gets a little spoiler. Remember I was talking about it like so long ago, I think. It's actually like finished, but they need to like assemble it. But yeah, I get to have a little matching figurine to match Elisa's. I'm so excited. I'm gonna send it to you on Discord. The other stuff they sent me was like a video of them actually holding it, and so that wasn't... Twitter didn't let me copy and paste it from the DMs. So Arisa gets a leak, but I will show you all when it's here. Maybe we can unbox it together. Yeah. I'm sorry I was only able to get one for myself. They're only making one. Or rather, I was only able to get one for myself, but I hope that's okay. I hope you can enjoy it vicariously through me. I promise I will take very good care of her. I will take care of Mintmai statuette, and let us all, like... You know, it's one of those things where it's like, what's mine is yours. I will share pictures. I will show you. You will not be kept out of the loop. I will allow you joint custody of Mintmai statue. Good news, by the way. So Mini Mint, my custom little, my custom 1/12 scale doll, I finally like fixed the braids that kind of unfortunately broke off when I was in Asia. I found a good glue to sort of fix it up, and so now she is back in excellent shape. So I can change her outfits again and stuff. So maybe we do hand cam or something like that sometime. No rush for that though, but I want to. Oh, it broke off? Yeah, because I packed it really carefully to travel with it, but then I was changing her outfit and her head... Wait, slightly graphic warning. As it happens with dolls sometimes with custom heads that are not like super secured on, because the head is made of a different material. Sorry, I just had the craziest burp ever. It was like a silent burp. I'm glad you got to fix it. Yeah, I was scared of using a glue that would leave a residue, which is why I sort of held off on it. And also, since I cleaned up my room so much, I felt confident in like leaving her out to dry somewhere. So it's good stuff. I bought her something while I was on my outing yesterday. I'll show you, I'll show you. It's actually... It was actually just like a little trinket from this like little trinket store. I don't know how to explain it. It's a store that sells bits and bobs, you know? But they happened to be selling something that I could not ignore. That is a charm of my cat, by the way. Roughly drawn, but it's supposed to be my cat. It's minimalistic. Like hobby store? Not a hobby store. It's like they just had a bunch of stuff. They just had a bunch of things that you wouldn't find in like a traditional store. I just happened to pass it and it looked like something that was up my alley. So they sold not only miniatures, they sold like other... I have to take a photo to be able to show you, but I can take one after the art. But I got her a little whisk. Like they were selling these tiny miniatures and it was like, okay, you got these little accessories and it was 1/12 scale. And I was like, wait, Mini Mint is 1/12 scale? And it was actually perfect because I put it like in her hand and it was like perfect. It's like it's actually a baking whisk, yeah. And it looks like the quality looks incredible. It looks really accurate. And it like fits in her hand. And it came in a little set too, so it's not just the baking whisk, it's a whisk and a wooden spoon and a rolling pin. I think the whisk looks the most impressive though. Like it is surprisingly accurate. So I was really happy about that. I've been collecting... Oh gosh. I've been collecting trash. Not to say the things that I buy are trash. What I mean to say is I have actually been collecting like miniatures, but also trash scraps that I find on the floor since I was a kid. And it was a very bad habit of mine, and that's why I sort of consider myself to be very raccoon-like. You know how they just love shiny things? Yep. But for me, it's like I couldn't resist seeing like a tiny thing on the floor and just taking it with me. Because I'm like, well, it would wind up in the trash anyways, so let me see if I can fit this into my collection of disjointed tiny things. It's like a stray button here and like a random thing there, but they make me... I don't know. They make me happy in the moment, but a lot of the times, I have to stop hoarding things. All right, let us tote Max. I regret saying that. I don't know. Oh, the dress here. Let us tote Max. No, it didn't sound better the second time I said it. Nope. Still don't like it. Well, I tested it, so I don't regret hearing it. I tested it, and so I can say that I tried. I tried it out. Very helpful info for anyone who wants to catch a stray Mintmai with the shoebox held up by a stick. Okay, what would catch you in a shoebox held up by a stick? I want to know. I have no heinous plan. Just, you know, for inspiration. For me... Oh, I'm thinking about it. The problem is, the thing that will work best if it's something that I happen to be thinking about at the time. The most impulsive purchases I've ever made is like, I am already consciously thinking about something. Like, I'm like, oh, I think I need a new blank, or like, I'm looking for this. If the targeted advertising hits at that exact moment, or if I walk by somewhere that like has that exact thing at that exact moment, I know myself, I have to be so careful. Dungeon Meshi or Witch Hat Atelier? Let's see. I wanna set some ground rules for shoebox held up by a stick, okay? I wanna set some quick ground rules. It needs to be something that is like easily attainable. So you can't be like, oh, signed copy of, cause like obviously I would fall for that. It needs to be something that's like easily attainable. Like I could buy it myself, but the shoebox with the stick got me first. Like I think that is a fun question to explore. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too. We're just drawing away. A Lego set? You know, depends on what Lego set. A Lego set can't get me, but I'm sure many people would leap into the shoebox held up by nothing but a stick upon seeing a Lego set that they so desire. I like the creative aspect of Legos a lot. Like, I like that you can kind of you can do a lot of customization, and you can sort of just build whatever you want, but with Lego bricks. However, I think a lot of the Lego that I see around is very still like collectible based. This art's turning out so cute. I love your line so much. Well, thank you. I always worry about them looking really rough because clean line art like sucks my soul out from my body. Like it looks nice afterwards, and there are definitely circumstances in which I'm like, yes, clean line art is the way to go for this specific thing. But most of the time, clean line art is really, really, really good at sucking my soul out of my body. So I have to be so careful. I love like rough sketches the most, but even then, like a rough sketch, to make it look nice and like polished and complete, it takes me a little extra oomph and a little bit of extra love to get it to that point where I feel like satisfied with leaving it with rough line art. It's just my style though. I think it's the kind of drawing I think is the most fun to do, so then naturally I think I wind up doing it so much. I love sketchy art so much though, so yummy. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Sniffle. Scratches my nose a little bit. You know how when like, I love that it's a trope that like shy characters, when they get complimented or something, they're just like, haha, and then they like scratch their nose. That's something that people do. I feel like I've witnessed it happen before. I can't recall exactly what scenario, but I feel like that is a pretty common thing to do. The bag reminds me of Trader Joe's totes. Yes. Yeah, that was the that was the intention. I had added it subconsciously because just the other day I had seen these ladies very proudly walking with their Trader Joe's totes, and I thought about it and I was like, you know what? It is kind of cute. Like, they haven't gotten me though. What I've been saying is like, if they release this like color, they might get me, but they haven't gotten me yet. Although I would kind of prefer it to not be Trader Joe's branded. Like I don't know. I want a Mintmai one. Greed. I want to make merch that I can use. But then I also need you to use it so I can like blend in. Yeah? Sound good? Sounds good. You didn't even know that you agreed to the terms and conditions of Mintmai, and yet you have. Your mom really likes collecting them? Oh my gosh. What colors does she have? Does she like the pastel ones? Is she a pastel girly? The colors in the pretzel are really nice. Yippee! I think I'm gonna make the dress color different, but let me cook. The dress color needs to contrast more from the bag, so I might make it... I didn't want to draw myself wearing another white dress, but it's just so summery. But maybe I can do a white dress with like a little bit of a gradient or a pattern or something that makes it a little bit less plain or repetitive from what I drew last week. Or what I drew just on Monday, actually. Oh, Monday was a week ago. Forget I said anything. She has all the pastels. I see you, Mama Risa. I see you. With the pastels. But yeah, I get it. I guess there's something satisfying about having something you really like and then having it in multiple colors, you know? I think people should have their fun hobbies. Although I think the only variant of that sort of collection that I have a hard time wrapping my head around is, like, again, I know why it happens, but reusable water bottles. And it's okay if you're a reusable water bottle collector. It's just I think with water bottles, like, I personally only want one. At maximum 2, but I have 2 water bottles and they serve different purposes. I have way more tumblers that don't serve different purposes, but it's because they're like Chikawa and they're like official collaboration merch, and they're also useful, so I still use them. It's just when I'm washing other ones. So it's like 2 water bottles is where I max out, because it's like when one of them is being washed or in the sink or something, then I have the other one. I don't like having too many of them because they also take up too much cabinet space. And I personally would rather have mugs because I'm a mug fan. Your art style is so yummy. Thank you. Wow. Your art is cute. I still use the emotes that I commissioned from you on Discord. Smile. Hello. I'm glad you like it. Sniffle. I think a lot of times I draw, like, you know, in my art style and I'm like, it's so messy. But then it makes me happy that the messiness does not detract from charm. And that's the goal. My goal with my art is that the messiness never needs to detract from the charm. Okay, I wanted to make that more of a pale yellow so it doesn't clash with my bow colors. By the way, little Mintmai art fact. Sometimes I intentionally change the colors of... Oh, wrong layer. These bows, sometimes I change the color of them to match like the outfit that I'm drawing myself in. But in in my uniform and what I normally wear is actually the asymmetrical one. The one on my, or like the one on the ear on the right side is always yellow, and then the one on the ear on the left side is always a darker orange. That's kind of a little design thing that I liked to have. However, for instance, like if I'm wearing like a blue outfit, sometimes I would draw the ribbons blue, like they match the outfit, not necessarily my typical look. So I think for this one, I wanted them to just be like pale. The one on this side though is like looking kind of too much like an ear, and so I was thinking because of the perspective, maybe I should just remove it altogether. Yeah. Let me add back in the line art. I love how it always feels so soft and fluffy. Does that make sense? Is that what my art looks like to you? That makes me so happy. I like soft and fluffy things. I'm very, very happy if that's the vibe that it gives off. I'm also really happy that, like truly, I'm so grateful when people say things like, "Oh, I really like your art style," because I stopped drawing like this for a really long time. Like in general, just for the sake of like work, I didn't draw on my own, or like I didn't draw anime. Even though that's what I love to draw, I stopped doing that for a really long time, and then VTubing is what's brought it back, so it means a lot to me. Specifically, opening my bakery is what gave me the excuse to start drawing like this again. For the sake of, you know, being able to draw stuff for myself. Okay. This is looking cute. But we're missing one glaring important thing, and that is painting time. Yay! Yay! Mintmai loves painting! Do you know of the YouTube video where there's like, it's animated and it's a fan animation of Ponyo, and it's like, Ponyo loves ham! Ponyo loves Sosuke! And it's like showing a photo of each thing that Ponyo loves, like as it's going. And then, so it shows the photo of the ham, and like Ponyo loves ham. Ponyo loves Sosuke, and then it shows a picture of like her dad. And if you've ever seen the movie, you kind of know how Ponyo feels about her dad. She goes, Ponyo loves revolution. I think about it sometimes. Me, when I look at something, although this like probably never really happens much, there are a few things that I would feel particular disdain for, I feel. But me, when I see like a food I find unpleasant, okra for example, it's like, Mintmai loves revolution. Mintmai loves bread. Mintmai loves Flare Friends. Shows me a picture of okra. Mintmai loves revolution. I don't know why, it's just the delivery is so silly. It makes me smile. I don't actually think there's something I dislike very strongly. Like, I sometimes will be like, guys, this is a hot take, and then I'll just like say something. Like earlier today, right? Like an opinion where I'm like, I'm not so big on live action adaptations of movies. But even then, I think for me, it probably takes a lot for me to like really be like, grr about something. But I feel that way about okra, the plant, the food. If I don't know if I want to call it food. It's the only thing I feel so strongly about. Off the top of my head. Because I eat everything except for okra. Mother Nature, I'm always rooting for you, but you went wrong this one time. I've never, like, I always try to give it a chance, and never once has it made me feel not, like, sick. It's just, ooh, I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't know. It's absolutely a texture thing. However, a lot of people defend okra like they like fried okra, I think, amongst other variants of okra. And I'm like, if it tastes amazing to you, it's more for you. It's more for you, you know? It's just, I physically can't. The texture makes me feel so, like, awful. Imagining Mintmai as a cat and I have to use the okra-scented spray bottle. No, it's like, I don't even know if it's the scent. I think it's like, if you just bring okra close to me, you try to feed it to me, and if I were a cat, like, I would instantaneous hissing. I would not be having that. I'd be like, are you mocking me? I think that's the only thing I've ever felt like I so clearly, like, the only food I can imagine that I've so clearly disliked, because I love food and there's a lot of food I didn't like before that I end up coming around to, like, later. Mostly because I really believe in giving everything at least a second try, if not a third. Because in my experience, like, I didn't like avocados when I was young, but I just kind of kept trying them once in a while over time, and one day I was like, oh my gosh, this is life-changing, this is so good. Oh, like how cats react to onion or cucumber? My cats don't react like that to cucumbers. However, one time I cut onions on the cutting board, and my cat, one of my cats was, like, you know, being a little naughty, jumped up onto the counter. Well, I actually do let them on the counter. I let them on the counter if it's clean, though. There's, like, a difference. I don't want them to be on the counter if it's not clean, because I don't want them to, like, eat or lick something. But I let them on the counter freely. It's their house. It's their house as much as it's my house. That's my house rules for it. But because I let them on the counter freely, like, I finished at the cutting board, I was washing the knife because I wash it immediately after. Because again, I got cats. Just being careful. But one time, you know, the onion juice is, like, still on the board. And I'm pretty sure I already moved the onions into the pan or wherever they needed to go. But one of my cats, he's there, and he is really curious about the scent on the cutting board. So he takes this, like, big whiff over the top of the cutting board, and I just saw, like, his face. I was like, oh my gosh, Almond, do not, like, you cannot lick that. Absolutely not. Like, it's gonna be spicy, right? And he obviously had no intention to lick it, like, I could tell from his body language. But after he sniffed the cutting board, he made this, like, a face at me like this. And he kept blinking. He was just, imagine, like, a really fluffy, he's a big cat. Imagine a fluffy big cat just, like, sniffing freshly onion chopped cutting board and just, like, and he kept blinking. And it's like, so, it's so cute, even though you're like, ooh, I know that feeling. But he's, like, blinking, and then he, like, shook his head a little like this, like, But then he's, like, fluffy, so when he retracts his head into his neck, it's like he doesn't have a neck. And it's just, it's so cute. He's my little cloud. But yeah, he was making that face. That displeased face. Like the I'm about to sneeze cat face. It's more like the good heavens, what on earth was that face? And also, ooh, my eyes feel a little spicy now face. Very cute. Very unfortunate, but very cute. You know, I'm discovering something as I'm drawing. I do love painting in Clip Studio. I think whatever they put in the Clip Studio sauce that like makes the paint blend like this, like, I was worried I wouldn't like it as much as my trusty old Procreate blending. Oh my goodness, so much earlier there was a passing message, but I got a little bit distracted. So sorry for being late. But I think in response to earlier, again, in case you're still here, I'm so sorry. My opinion on Huion versus Wacom is quite literally, I don't have a strong like recommendation there. So I've tried using both. I have tried using both. However, I will say that it just depends on, you know, the pen and the textures that you personally like. So I know people that love Huion more than Wacom, and then some people swear by Wacom. I personally have had good experiences with Wacom, so I haven't changed it. And the tablet I'm currently drawing on, I realized I haven't mentioned it. I'm using like a Wacom Intuos, which is actually like the first tablet I ever drew on, but this is just like a newer version of it. It's like a more updated, you know, new tech version of my very, very first digital art tablet. So it's kind of like a full circle moment. I remembered saying that I didn't want to mention what the tablet was because I didn't want to recommend it until I had been using it for a while. But now that I have been using it for a while, I'm like, yeah, I like it. Although I will say, there are some positive reviews online up for this tablet. I watched so many reviews first. But there are also negative reviews. I will say something I found useful for any tablet is any sort of non-screen tablet. You can go into the settings, or you should be able to go into the settings, and try and map the usable portion of the tablet to be smaller than the actual tablet. Because if you do that, you'll allow space on your tablet for your hand to rest. So for me, for example, I'm gonna draw this off to the side. I hope this makes sense. For me, I have a, like, let's say this is the drawing tablet, right? And like it like plugs into the computer. And like sometimes the buttons are on this side, sometimes the buttons are on this side, it doesn't matter. Or like the non-drawable surface areas here. The section that I allow myself, like, I kind of figure it out with the computer. Or not figure it out with the computer, sorry, that was really bad wording. I use math. I use a calculator and math. And I calculate what like a 19, because my monitor is 16:9, which is like typical screen size. So because my monitor is 16:9, I use math to figure out like the pixels of a 16:9 space. And then in my tablet driver app, hey, 16:9, not whatever number you're thinking of. In my like drawing app, I basically, not drawing app, in my driver, not like the actual, for instance, if it's a Wacom, it's like a Wacom driver, like the thing that helps run the tablet, the app for customizing settings of the tablet. You can have advanced properties and this is so hard to explain in words. You can set the space of the tablet that is actually usable. Does that kind of make sense? I think this is helpful for anyone that wants to try out a non-screen tablet for the sake of like your posture. Yes. And then imagine this is my computer. Oh gosh. This is my computer monitor, which I have drawn so wonderfully. This is very not to scale, but like, yippee, this is somehow connecting to there. Though it's not actually, it's like connecting to the computer somehow. Okay, let's just not bother with the cords, shall we? So basically this little orange space here scales and sizes to that orange space there. And what this does is it makes your hand happy. Yay! Because if you don't do this and you are doing like a big illustration, and like let's say you need to touch your layer panels on this side, right? Like oftentimes that's where layers go in art programs, or anyways, you have to play with settings or, you know, arrange your layers on that side or something like that. That way your hand can rest on the tablet, because if you have this whole thing match this whole thing, to touch here with your mouse or to draw there, you have to draw here and your hand is like off the tablet. And then there's a height difference between the desk and the tablet and it feels super bad and uncomfortable. If you are right-handed, I recommend kind of doing what I do, where it's like sort of in the top left corner-ish. So you have space on the bottom and the right side for your hand. If you are left-handed, it would be the other way around. Just kind of on the top corners. Just leave yourself some tablet surface for your hand on the bottom and on the side. It makes such a huge difference. That was the real big like make or break for me using a screenless tablet. Once I figured that out, again, I was like, oh, we're so back. We're so back. I'm saved. I don't have to suffer anymore. Because I think the first couple days I was testing out the tablet, I hadn't found that setting on the updated version of the driver. I only knew what the old one looked like. And so I was in pain, and I looked up so many YouTube tutorials. Okay, sorry for the little tablet ramble. I figured it was just important in case anyone might be struggling with the same thing, because that is what I struggled with a little bit. Do. All right, let's figure out the hat situation. Oh, I should also do my favorite part. Oh, not this. A nice soft brush. Where is my airbrush? Oh, here it is. More saturated color. There we go. That changes how it looks like by so much. Whenever I add that section, I'm like, okay, it looks like my art now. It's like a requirement. Without it, I feel like my bangs are naked. Maybe that sounds intense, but it really does. Without thinning the bangs, it feels like not correct. Doesn't feel like me. I've been paying more attention to detail today. I can tell because the drawing this drawing has been taking up more time than, for instance, the one on Monday did. But I also think I'm liking it as we go. So that's what matters. Yippee! other important step in my art. Blushing the eyelashes. I don't know what else to call it. Painting the eyelashes. Softening them. Yes. Yes. Now that looks like my art. I like to add that little catch light there so that they're not like perfectly circular sometimes. Although I'm not sure if I like it today. I'm not sure if it might be more detailed than I wanted to go for here. I think I like that. Sometimes I add in this little like waterline situation. Oh, I do like that today. Okay. Let's do it, but better. I just add these little lines that like separate the eyelash line from the rest of the eyeball, and I feel like it makes it like it makes the expression look more alive. I don't know if I could explain exactly why, but I think it looks good. Just a little bit. I just have it kind of like cut in. Depends on the drawing though. I don't always treat it the same way. Dun, dun, dun. Hello! Lately, I've been sort of into adding like a little bit of like bottom eyelashes. I'm not sure though. They need to be a different color. Maybe more simple ones. Yeah, I think more simple is the way to go here. You like my bread hairpins? Thank you! Thank you so much. Okay. We are working on this artwork today, and I'm getting close to done, but it's not quite there yet. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Oops. Add that there. Okay. Nice. What's my secret? What do you mean? Do you want to know about art or something else? For art, I guess my history with it, if you're curious about my secret, is drawing a lot for maybe around 10 years or so. However, I wasn't drawing in this art style the whole time. Oh gosh, I'm really flattered. I feel like if it's your first time stopping by, I do have quite a few art streams. They're not organized in a playlist at the moment, but I have thought about the possibility of that. Although, something that I would recommend watching. Ooh. Ooh. I'm trying to think of a specific one. I did a concert a while back, and I'm still really proud of it. That's in the video section on my channel, though. But if you like idol concerts, there's that. But other than that, it's really I just draw once a week on stream pretty much every week, and I play games throughout the rest of the week. You know, I wonder what I would say if someone asked me really to, like, first time flower friend, what do you recommend? I wonder what my answer would be. Because there's a lot of things I've done that I think are very fun, but it really depends. I think ultimately what someone likes is gonna depend on personal preference, so then I'm never sure. I'm never quite sure of exactly what to say. Although, I'd be happy if it's just very, like, open to anything. But I know that's tough. I do a lot of different things. So I don't expect anyone to particularly be like, oh my gosh, I have seen every piece of Mintmai content ever. That is not... We take it chill. I'm very flattered if you have, though. Don't get me wrong. I'm so flattered if you haven't. Also, oh my goodness, you've probably seen more Mintmai content than I have if you've watched everything I've ever done. Because I don't think I don't even watch back on those after I export them. Like videos and things like that. I think for song covers, I might listen to my own song cover like a little bit, like right after it's out, and be like, ah, I'm proud of this, and then I move on and I never listen to it again. Because I have fear in my heart. I have fear in my heart that my future self will listen to my old covers and go like, I wish I sang it differently. Like I genuinely, like a lot of times there's ones where I'm like, I wish I had just done another take of that and sang it like with a little bit of like a different flair there. Like I have that because I do like to think over time I've improved a little bit with singing. At least I've gotten better at hearing things with my own voice, which before it was very much like, very much every time I sing a song I just would try and sing it kind of like how I thought the tone of the original sounded. But lately I have been having fun with, you know, in my personal time when I learn a new song, I'm like, you can always add your own flair to everything. Or I also I always like dive into song lyrics and I try and get like the emotions and the meaning in it stuff across. But sometimes when you're worried about how to pronounce something, it's so hard to get that. It is hard to remember to do that. I felt it particularly when I was learning cinema for my concert. Oh, cinema. A really great song. Love that song. However, I think it's like I could do a better job on some of the singing delivery if I was not worried about not messing up the lyrics. I don't even know. It's been so long since I've like practiced it at all. I don't even know if I could like do it now. いやこれじゃないないあまり悪いよな向いてないない今すぐやめてしまえばでも何万回 I think I've already messed up the part in the song I was at. Let me see. Let me see. There's the rap part, which I don't even know if I can confidently do it now. That was the one part I was the most worried about. The part that's like 足りなくなるたび笑ったり増えた荷物数えては泣いたり期待するほどでももう泣くがっかり責めることすらできず悩んだり散々輝く街の明かり散々だって顔の通りすがり始めるなら今そうだなまたやろうこれじゃないないあまり悪いよな向いてないない今すぐやめてしまえ I don't know. Sometimes I wish I, like, for older songs, I'm like, next time I sing them, because hopefully I will sing them again someday. Or have a chance to perform them again someday. I'm like, I will do it better next time. Because now I know how to maybe add personal flair into the song that I like pre-existing. Bum, bum, bum. This is quite simple. I feel like I kept this one, like the rendering and everything is relatively simple. Although part of me is like, I need to make it more detailed, but I don't. I do not. That is a lie. Hopefully with the cover. I'm so glad you like it. I feel like, you know, the original song is always gonna have its original charm though. So I hope if you really like the song, you'll also support the original artists. Part of the reason why I sang Hello by Furui Riho for 3-year anniversary was not only because I really like the song and I like the anime that it's an opening for. I kind of feel like it was just such a song I wanted to share in terms of lyric and like whimsy and joy and composition and everything. Like it was a song I really wanted to share with you. So I think when I pick songs, sometimes it's just purely based off of the vibe and like I like the tune. But sometimes I solely choose songs because it's like the lyrics are so good and I think that the lyrics are so relevant that I want to sing it. Although I would say don't assume that's the case for every song cover for sure, because I definitely, there are some songs I want to cover and the lyrics are like darker and I'm like, oh, this does not reflect my inner psyche at the moment. However, the song is such a banger. I want to sing it. I want to sing it. But I do think a lot of the songs, probably most of the songs that I would choose to make like full formal covers of, there's something in there. There's a little secret sauce in there that I just really, really like. Although again, I will say probably, definitely the melody. Probably some of the lyrics resonate in some way, shape, or form with me. Or it's just something I want to share with you and do like my version of. That's kind of how I think about song covers. I also just really love singing. Like, I think something I figured out more recently, because I hadn't had much prior exposure or not many chances to like really sing too much before, but I really just like the physical sensation of singing is so fun that it's like, it's great. I haven't sung in a while though. I should probably. It's been a hot minute because I was letting my voice recover really hard. Like after being sick, I was like, okay, we are not going to push ourselves to sing for like a little bit. Oh, good morning! Hello! This is the mintmaiART for today. We've just been chit-chatting a little bit. Let me think. I feel like I can do more here. Yeah, a little bit darker. It's more like my hair color. Are looking lovely as per usual. Thank you. I feel like the hat just doesn't look like it's that securely on in this drawing. But that's just how I drew the hat, so I'll live with it. And I can also kind of fix it in post a little bit. I can try and fix it in post. Okay. Almost. We're getting there. My eyes are like straining to see anything that maybe I still want to change. I definitely know there's some stuff I want to add still. But at this stage, I'm just kind of like, is there something that looks off? The eyes are not even, but let's not talk about that because you know what? I don't have even eyes. I don't have even eyes, so this is purely like a reflection of the beautiful asymmetry that occurs in nature. It just occurred to me that you're not using Procreate. Yep, I've been trying to switch over to Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint. I don't know why I said paint, almost like it didn't have like an N in the word. Paint. Clip Studio Paint. Like paste. I'm just gonna start making it up. Every time someone's like, what program are you using? Clip Studio Paste. Cloud program. Cloud program pane. Although, of course, if anyone asks what program I'm using, I'm always answering. Because of course, when you see UI you don't recognize, you're like, hold on a second, what is that? And should I know about it? And should I try it? And I think that that is a good way to think. Oisho. Yeah, I've been trying to switch over, but it's not like I'm giving, I'm still drawing in Procreate for sure, but I just want to test myself and try drawing in Clip Studio Paint more because it can handle a lot more that you throw at it. And what I mean by that is just it has more tools. Because I honestly don't, despite the fact that I'm drawing digitally, right? I don't use a lot of digital art tools at all. Like, of course I use undo and I like blend and things like that, but I'm not particularly savvy with picking up new techniques and things like that. However, Clip Studio Paint, it has like, the artists share brush assets. It's pretty cool that they have that sort of system in place where it's like, oh, people can like share resources with each other. People can, there's like a lot more artists use Clip Studio Paint. I think people can even animate. You can even animate in Clip Studio Paint, though I personally have not done that before. I have my own favorites when it comes to animation, but it's pretty cool that it's just a lot more strong. And it's just on your computer, which is nice. Because whenever I draw on an iPad, like I do have to hunch over, even if I have a stand for it. But the truth is I've gotta sort of damage my back a little bit sometimes. You've animated Mint? Oh yeah. No. I don't mean to make this sound like I don't like animating. But let's not talk about animating. I love animation. I love animation. You look so beautiful, a tear rolls down my eye. Ah, thank you. Thank you. I'm still getting used to this. Fair. Oh, animating is the... Oh. It's not the bane of my existence. It's not. It's just... There's too much pain in it associated. There's too much pain that I experience. I mean, it's like I love it and I also hate it, you know? If someone else animates something, I'm like, it's beautiful. I love it. It's amazing. It's fantastic. The second I animate something, I'm teleported back in time to spending 25 hours on one shot and pulling very, 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 very late all-nighters. And it is not, I will say, it's like, your experience with something shouldn't necessarily ruin the love of the craft, because I love animation. I love animation so much, but I think it's like a half joke that I'll groan about it. But I love animation like probably more than anyone you'd speak to, actually. I love animation, but I don't love animating. I think those are it's different. The thing is, if I speak to other animators about this feeling, it's like, if the end result is there, I'm like, awesome. But with art, I have to, like, with art, you just gotta love the process. And unfortunately for me, all the experience I've ever had with animation, like, the process is painful. And I think it's like the whole beauty is pain thing, because it can be so worth it. But like even the smallest things, like when I animate them, because I don't know why, it's like I personally have just had such a I don't want to call it a history. I don't want to call it a history. It's just not. I think I was meant to be like a visual artist, like still images. If anything, I like comics, like sequential art a lot. However, it just so happens to be that animation is very detailed sequential art. You know what it is? It's like when I want to put myself through a really hard time. I'll pick up that animation again. I do have a program that I love, like the animation program that I use. I have it for life because of, I don't remember what happened. So because of something, I have my animation program for life, and I understand that is like that is a privilege that, and I feel bad that I'm not using like it more. But it's, you know, it's licensed to me specifically, so I can't give it to anyone either. But I do love that program. I do love it. Some people hate it because it crashes. I love it. I just sniff. Can you tell that I have a complicated relationship with the medium? I didn't really mean to start opening Pandora's box here, but it's like, you know, it sends me back in time to a time I am not necessarily the happiest about. It was really hard. It was really hard animating on deadlines and things like that. Like, I just don't know. I respect animators like so much. I love animators. I love animators, and it's even cooler to me when people genuinely are like, animation is so fun. Like, I love animating. I'm like, yes. Yes, you should love animating. It's a beautiful medium. It's wonderful. It's like, I think everything animated is just I love animated media. I do. And again, I probably love it very, 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 like, so freaking much. But I think that my relationship with it is not healed. How about that? My personal relationship with doing it is very unhealed. And I would like to get to a point where maybe I can have fun with it again, but it's kind of really hard. But it is another one of those things where it's like, well, I did it to myself. For now though, I like drawing cute. I like drawing things that I can finish in one sitting because it's not so much a game of like I'm not patient enough to finish an animation. It's like whenever I try and start animating something, the muscle memory of it feels really bad. I start having kind of just like a bad reaction to doing it, and then I'm like, okay, let's practice self-care. Let's not do this right now. But I do want to. I want to say the willingness is there. It's relationship status with animation it's complicated. I think it's tough because like a lot of times I'm like, I should just get over it, and I'm probably being lazy or something like that. But it's really not that. It's just complicated. It's okay though. I like seeing everything everyone else animates all the time. It makes me so happy. I'm glad that everything everyone else animates makes me really happy. That's the thing I care about. There should always be more and more animated things, and I will always sing praises to everyone that animates. Everyone that animates anything ever will get my undying praise. Truthfully, truth be told. I'm sorry, I don't know why I said truthfully as well as truth be told. I think the sleep deprivation is hitting real good right now. And I am almost never sleep deprived. I am usually very not sleep deprived, so it's rare sleep deprivation, Mintmai. Thank you, animators. You make my life so wonderful and beautiful and bright. And I truthfully, I love it. And I also can't do it. Not for now. I might though. You might see something that I animate one day. I animated a flower friend dabbing. That was fun. I did that in one sitting. But again, that was like the first animation I had done for a hot minute, I think. I don't remember exactly when I had done it. So I can't say for sure. I can't remember for sure if I had done it at a time where I was still animating occasionally or not. But yeah. Fun Mintmai lore. You know, I do think sometimes when I talk about animated stuff, I get really excited and I can talk about it forever. And then when I talk about like animating like the medium, like doing it myself, I start dissociating. Please never feel like you can't bring it up though. This is something I think is important to mention. You can always talk to me about animation and I will so happily talk about it. But it's like when I start remembering what it like doing it myself, drawing the frame by frame, it's such a love-hate relationship. It's so unskippable. I don't know. Is it burnout? I think I burnt out multiple times animating. Actually, I think because of animation, I did like also burnt out my ability to like draw like normally, like still images. But again, it's hard to explain. It's one of those like I did push myself to that point and I learned from it, you know? Your actions have consequences. You can't just make yourself draw a lot of pictures really fast and try and also make them nice quality and expect yourself to not feel really like that was really hard. But I think maybe it would be akin to something like burnout. Yeah. But again, it's not burnout because I got my creative, you know, my art spark has been back for quite a long time. So I feel happy about that. It's just animation. Which was always the hardest for me anyways. But you know, the thing about animation is like, it's the highs and lows that make it so wonderful. It's like, every time I've animated something and I really, 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 really loved it, like I truly loved what I had just animated, I'd be so happy and proud of it for a long time, I think. but I think that the act of animating itself burns me to a crisp to a point where I can't even draw still images if I have to do a lot of animation. And then to me, because I like drawing still images so much, that doesn't feel worth it at all, you know? And again, I think I am not able to get into all of it super detailed, because it's like I've locked it away. I've locked away something. But do not worry about me, for I truly do love and appreciate animation. The thought of doing it is just like a hard pill to swallow, I think. Or just doing it itself is maybe difficult? I'll think about it. Hi, Mintmai! Hello! Hello! Oh my gosh. I don't know if I've gotten to say directly before, but thank you for cosplaying Sugi Aoki and Mintmai with your friend Oshi Uplink. I saw the pictures and I was like, oh. Thank you for 1,000 years on my lifespan. Cosplay is such a delicate and like gorgeous art form. I think it's such a joyous and beautiful way to pay, like, or just to show love for something that you like. Like, oh, so cool. It was so fun. I hope we get to do it again. You know, no matter who you cosplay, it's like, I just love that you share such unbridled joy about your cosplays and the sewing process itself, because I also, I don't really sew anymore, but I like sewing. And I had been thinking for a long time, like, one day, probably not sometime soon, but I like dolls and I want to sew clothes for them sometime, or even like a Mintmai cosplay, but sized for dolls. And when I see you do your cosplays, I'm like, yeah, sewing! It reminds me that sewing is something that I do, in fact, also, like, I love it. And maybe one day again, I can do it. I was rambling on about animation while going down memory lane in my brain, like having flashback cutscenes. No, I'm kidding. It's not so intense. But I think I'm almost done with this artwork. Sewing is fun, but you definitely have to be in the mood with it. I understand. I understand, yes. Being in the mood for something, especially when it's like kind of a big undertaking, it's so important. If you don't have fun with it, it's like, it feels like 1,000 years. Feels like you're Sisyphus, like pushing up the rock, just like, okay, I've been sentenced to sew these buttons for 1,000 years. But when you are having fun with it, it's like everything is awesome. I totally get that feeling. Well, I think... Thank you everyone for listening to my various rambles today about all kinds of different things. As always, here at Mintmai's Bakery. I don't know if you ever have a great epiphany or takeaway from my streams. However, I do hope that you get to take away a smile. Yeah. That's the big important thing. I always have to remind myself not to force myself to sew and to have fun with it. Exactly. I think whenever you turn like your hobby into something that becomes more intense, then you start dancing on a very dangerous line where it's like, it's a hobby, but but I've like staked so much on this now that it's making me feel kind of nervous, or that it's like difficult to execute. I think that's always hard. Flashbang warning. I'm gonna make the background bright. Let me do that. Okay. I hope that doesn't hurt your eyes too bad. I need it to be that color so I can slap in a background. Hope that's okay. Oh. Uh-oh. Do you see my brush lagging? It's okay. I'm not drawing right now. It's lagging. Oh, and then one more. Oh, one more. I hadn't realized I made the brush that large. You can do it. You can do it. Lift the pen. Lift the pen. That's like it's like 30-second lag at least. Or longer than that now. Oh, there we are. I had not meant to do that, so I just undid everything that caused us to lag so hard. I feel like it's always tempting to just get like a nice sky background in there. If I don't have time for like a different sort of background, it's always at least tempting to add a sky. Ooh, I like this squarish brush. I like this square brush. I can like kind of like carve out a cloud with it. Let's make the cloud feel a little more like fluffy. And then I wanna go ahead and like add back in. Yeah, this square brush is really fun to work with. Watercolor brushes are also like my favorite thing since starting Clip Studio. Wow, look at that! Pretty fast. Not super high effort background. But it like adds something. It's a bit late to be realizing something I want to change about the art now, huh? That's okay. I was like, the bunny hair clip kind of is like, looks like it's poking the hat. But I think it's okay. It's just a matter of angle. Let's see. Would I want some kind of a pattern on the dress, maybe? Thinking. Oh, that's kind of cute. The tote bags remind me of those viral Trader Joe's ones. Yes! 3 for 3. Absolutely. That's what I based them on. I'm so glad that people are picking that up. Although I think people will see this and think that I have one of those Trader Joe's bags, but I don't yet. I have not reached that achievement. I haven't gotten one. Although again, if they release it in a nice orange color, I'll see you at Trader Joe's. It's just gotta be like nice orange color. That's all I'm asking for. And boom, they've got me. It's that simple. but it's not happening yet. Ooh, this is nice. Maybe like a little... I'll do a little bit of like a highlight on the dress action. Sometimes I feel like I can paint in a little bit more like highlights onto the dress. It adds dimension afterward. And then we blend it. The tote bag, I think the bag, it lacks some texture, but I think it's okay. However, I want to see what'll happen if I like... Oh, wait. Am I onto something? Just kind of like texture brushing it a little bit. I think I've unlocked something. I don't know what, but but it's doing something. Like, this is doing something for me. Oh yeah, maybe imply that the tote's kind of like folded. Ooh, okay. I like that more. Let's go, team. You're part of this too. A lot of the reason I even get to finish artwork is because you're here, which makes me feel like I want to draw better artwork, and then the cycle continues. So, thank you for helping me draw nicer things. Because without you, I would not have someone holding me accountable to drawing cute pictures once a week. And I think because I get to draw cute pictures once a week, it also helps, I personally notice and think it helps me improve my art as well. And I think that that is a joy, because then we can share the joys of art, but also turn it into like a fun space where we can chat and hang out. Do I know how to write my name? I do. Sometimes when I sign it, I'm like, this looks so dire. Because my signature requires a very specific look. And if I can't get that look, I think everything feels off. Like, that looks like I forged my own signature. Wait. Like, that's not my handwriting. That's like me cloning myself handwriting. It must be because I'm like holding it, my tablet at an angle. But I always sign at an angle, like I turn the paper. But you know what? We're doing it this way. I always sign at this angle. And when I was drawing on my iPad, I could turn my iPad, and when I write it on a piece of paper, I can turn the piece of paper. But do you see how it's at like a 45-degree angle? I don't know how to write my signature if you have me write it like straight on. Or else it literally looks like I'm like forging myself. And it's like, who is this imposter? It's like, no, I swear. I swear it was me. It was just the tablet. It's just the tablet was different. Sniff. It's still me. It's still Mintmai. Can't you tell? From the art style? That is maybe sometimes inconsistent. But couldn't you tell anyways? 90-degree Mintmai versus 45-degree angle Mintmai. It's such a real problem though. Like I should be able to write at a normal angle, but no, like every piece of paper I write on, 45 degrees. I journal at night, 45 degrees. It's like, why could I not just train my hand into writing normally? Why did it have to be like this? How could this happen to me? I made a mistake. We're gonna make the eyebrows thicker because my eyebrows are a little bit thicker. Whoa, I made the eyebrows way too thick. Or not, I don't think they're thicker, it's just they look too dark now. I think the part that's under the bangs should be a little more like... Maybe I have to erase it a little. Because the bangs are like covering it. So I think it would be more like this. Maybe. Okay, let's go with that. Yay! Yay. Yay. Backflips the art. Oh. Sorry, I can't rotate it 360. But yay! Otsukaresama. This is cute. I'm happy. I spent quite a bit of time on this too. I want to see if I can have like a second facial expression. Sorry, it always looks funky if you try and like draw another expression on top of what you naturally wanted to draw earlier, but let me just give it a try. I got it reversed. The mouth is darker and then the tongue is lighter. I was like, wow, that looks really wrong. I wonder why, Mintmai. I wonder why. I don't have fangs, but sometimes I feel like drawing in the canine. Because I do have those. I'm not sure which facial expression I like more. I think the first one is like polite and kind of, yeah, nice and polite, demure. But this one, it feels more like my personality though. Hard to explain. Hard to put my finger on it. for liking it. Okay, I think we're pretty much good. So I've been saying that for a while now. That's how the art brain works. It's like, yeah, so I'm almost done. After I also fix this, and then I see this other spot over here, I think I should fix, and then 2 hours later. It's almost done. 4 hours later. Okay, yay, artwork done. There's 2 expressions. I suppose I will post one of them, and then the other one I will use in my thumbnail situation for when I am on vacation. I'm just gonna leave a sign on the bakery door, aka waiting room on my YouTube channel. I'm gonna leave a sign that says I will be back next week. Because there's no schedule this week, so I'll just put up like a little... I figured I would leave a little graphic, so if you feel lonely, you can open the waiting room and just look at my face. Bam, bam. Oh, technically I could use it as a Fuji, yeah. You're here too! Yahoo! Oh man, the flip phone too? Oh yeah, I want a flip phone so bad. I want a flip phone again. I used to have one, but I want like one of those flip phone smartphones. And again, controversial thought to have, I know, but I just think they're kind of neat. Alrighty, let us head over to chatting, our chatting grounds. But yes, this is the art for today. Thank you for watching me draw. Yay! I'm still figuring out what I guess what overlay best suits when I'm drawing for you to best see things, but it's okay. I think this is okay for now. We'll see if I change it in the future. But yeah, awesome. I'll see you over here. Let's see. Hello. I will miss you next week. However, there's a lot of things that we really do have to look forward to. So thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for art stream. When I'm back, I don't know precisely which day. I'm not sure how tired I will be post travel. I'm just gonna take it easy, but you know, I'm gonna take care of myself while I'm away. You take care of the bakery. I'm leaving it in your care. I'm leaving it in your care. So, you know, do take care and do wink. I turned the lights out. You like that? You can turn the lights back on, if you wish to. But I hope that you all have a lovely week. Lights out at the bakery though, but take care of things while I'm out, okay? Hold down the fort, take care of yourself, drink 2 liters to 3 liters of water a day. Forgot the electricity bill. Oh yeah, all we've got is that nice battery powered fancy lamp at the back and our fairy lights by Pretzel. But yeah, I hope, you know, I'll do my best to have a restful week away. Although honestly there's a lot of things I need to do. So, you know how it is? It's like yes, it's great you're traveling, you're on vacation, and then you're also socializing lots. So I'll have like a bed rot a couple hours to recharge when I'm back, I think. But again, I'm personally hoping that my energy will be good to do a stream that lands on a weekend. So I really want to stream on the 5th, July 5th. But again, whether or not that changes, you know, I appreciate your patience. There will just be a waiting room put up. I will post a tweet, and I'll see you then. It's just 1 week from now. For now, I will just say my ETA is next week. So I look forward to seeing you then. It'll probably be a Satsudan and maybe we will doodle. Maybe. It's getting a little bit getting a little bit dark in here. I think I'm gonna turn the lights back on before I go. There we go. I know how to do things. Awesome. I know how to operate the lights remotely. I work here. Hey, the lights are back. All right. I'll see you next week. What? Mintmai love, bakery love, flower friend love. Thank you for, you know, always having such a lovely time here, being so kind to each other, being nice to me. I've said that like I'm a very sensitive baker. be gentle. With my heart. Just kidding. I'm very strong baker actually. I'll be like web, but then I'm strong baker. Yippee! Oh my goodness. Let's redirect into Miss Tofi's stream. Yes. I believe she's still alive. Please be very sweet to Miss Tofi. She is an incredible musician, singer, VTuber, person. Just so sweet and had a completely new face debut very recently, and I was watching it and it was so beautiful. And she's got original music that you should check out, and it's like, it's lovely. It's so wonderful. So please be very gentle and kind to her, as she is just the kindest and gentlest soul. But I'll see you next week. I should get a water refill and get some dinner. But take care of yourself as well. Her music is so awesome. She is just like an ethereal person. Ever since I met her for the first time, it's just like an angel, like a fae or an angel, or just an ethereal, kind person walks among us. That's what it feels like. Like she's really so lovely. And I want to I haven't gotten to redirect to her much, so I do want to share that sentiment with you. She's truly very, very lovely. So please go, you know, be the sweetest angel to Miss Tofi. But I will see you here next week. Yay! And when I am back, very important thing before I go, I wanted to remember just to say, when I'm back, you know, we're gonna do a Zatsudan, maybe a little doodling stream. But I'm currently thinking about what my July schedule is gonna look like during debut prep, so we'll keep you updated when I'm back if I make a decision on what my schedule is gonna look like. Whether it be some kind of like break to lock in, but I hope to at least keep streaming like once a week, that kind of thing, if I do have to reduce my hours. But you know, probably twice because I'm greedy. Probably twice because I'm greedy and I want to take breaks and see you. But again, because I don't have a firm decision on it, and I have to like genuinely, you know, clear my brain and think really hard about what has to be done in the time that I need. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, okay. Mintmai. I will share the artwork soon as well. But yeah, so much love. I will see you next week. Bye-bye. Mintmai loves you. Yippee. Mintmai rocket. Fast stuff. Again. Wow, this one's kind of fast. Take care of yourself, flower friend love. I don't want to go. Just kidding. No, it's true though. I don't want to go. I'm stalling. I don't want to go. Wow. It's only a week. I'll be actually less like a week. It's more like 6 days. Okay, bye. Bye. Wah. See you later. Bye-bye. Says bye-bye 100 times, but just like stays. Okay, care about you. Take care of yourself. I'll see you later.